our West Grey special. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our West Grey Special Council meeting for April 14th, 2021 regarding budget. On the call to order, all members of council are present. We have a quorum. At this time, Supervisor Hewlett, would you mind going through the features of today's meeting, please?
Absolutely. Good morning and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 838-1281-7285. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of this Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hand on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On item number 2, moment of reflection. If you would be so kind as to take a quiet moment, also recognizing the passing of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. Thank you very much. Item 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Is there anything at this time? Seeing none, we are now moving on to item 4, business arising from the previous meeting. 4.1, Director of Finance, Treasurer, 2021 budget review continued. Clerk Scharbeck. Oh, already a question. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to request a change to the agenda.
Certainly.
Item, just going to get the numbering right. Item 4.5, which is the bridge study, request to endorse that. I'd like to move that up to prior to item 4.2. Since we're going to be discussing 2 bridges, I thought we should at least have a basis for doing that, for that discussion, and we are being asked to endorse that report. So it just makes sense to do that before we get into individual bridges.
So we'll wait for the clerk to provide the wordsmithing of your motion, and then I will look for a seconder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Townsend. That agenda item 4.5, bridge study, be moved forward in the agenda to follow item 4.1.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I will second.
Are there any questions on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify with a raised hand. 5 members have voted in favor of the motion. 1 member of council has voted in opposition. The motion is carried. Okay, thank you very much. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation that is dealing with 4.1, Director of Finance, Treasurer, 2021 budget review continue, please.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council review the draft 2021 budget and recommend that notice be given of the intention to pass the 2021 budget bylaw.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I'll move that motion.
Councillor Hamilton, I believe I saw your hand. Are you seconding this motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robin.
Okay. So now we'll have an update from our Director of Finance and Treasurer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the items I provided give you an update of where we've left off on the budget. It's after the March 30th meeting, we were at $549,856 for a levy increase, which is 5.3% locally and an overall tax rate increase of 3.56. Works out to about $39.99 per 100,000 of residential assessment. So that's where we left off. There was a list of some items that have yet to be, that were sort of put off until today. The landfill operational efficiencies, specifically the hours of operation, adding styrofoam recycling, and we have yet to discuss the 3 staff positions as recommended in the organizational review and come to a determination on those.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, we had some dollars put aside in the budget for the possible return of Stephanie, who had taken a temporary position at the county, but now she's actually done a permanent position. I would suggest that those funds could be used to address one of the vacancies that is already there, because the percentage that we've put forward seems reasonable at this point when combined with the others as well, and the impact on the taxes for the residents and businesses. So that would be my suggestion, and it's open for discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, if I might, could you please just elaborate with respect to the vacancies that you mentioned?
Yes, it was mentioned earlier by Director Mighton that there were 3 vacancies that had not been addressed yet. The request was in the budget, and I believe that was from an administrative perspective.
Thank you very much. Director Mike, could you please clarify?
Yeah, if I said vacancies, I misspoke. It was the new positions, but it wasn't a vacancy.
Sorry, I stand corrected. You're absolutely correct. I should have used that word as new positions being requested. So again, I'll rephrase my request to say that
yes, please.
That those funds be used to fund one of the requested positions. And that way the funds can be redirected and we can still see some improvements progress throughout the 2021 year.
Okay, so with that, are we going to, and I'm looking to Director Mighton, are you looking for a list that we can address at the end of this discussion? Or can we address things as we move along? What's your suggestion? It's your report. I know it's our budget, but you know, I want to keep really focused today. What would you suggest, as we have a request on the table already?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. The previous meetings, I've just kind of kept a list of the changes once you've kind of sort of all got a consensus on which way we're moving in something, and then I can summarize that at the end for your actual motion for those changes to be incorporated into the budget presentation there.
Okay, the staff sorry, thank you for that comment. So members of council, shall we just move along, get a consensus if we can, and deal with it? Does that seem to be a good way? Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to make another suggestion. Instead of using that money towards a possible new replacement or a new job position, that we roll it back. We take it back out of the budget. We originally had that 80,000 in there to supplement that wage when she comes back. So I'd like to see us take it out, which would help to bring our budget down even more. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor, did I see your hand up or not? I'm not certain.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just for clarity, I thought we were just going to kind of present a bunch of different line items, if you will, and then maybe at the end we do a summary. Is that how we want to do this? I just need to be clear on what I'm looking at here. Thank you.
I think what the director has suggested, and thank you for your question, because I want to make sure all members of council are very clear on our process. And that is that if a suggestion comes up, we address it. There's either consensus or not, and then it's removed, and then we move on to the next item. That's what I thought we would be doing. That's what the director suggested. And if everybody's okay with that, still move things along. Yep, seems to be okay. So with that, Deputy, we're dealing with Councillor Townsend's suggestion of, and Councillor Townsend, please correct me if I don't phrase it properly, but with the funding that was allocated or addressed with regard to the position that that is not returning, that money, which has been identified as $80,000, be used for one of the proposed one of 3 staff positions as recommended by the organizational review. Would that be correct wording, Councillor Townsend? Thank you. Okay, so that's what Councillor Townsend is suggesting. Councillor Hutchinson is suggesting to not use the money in that way and to actually use it to reduce the overall budget. Is that correct, Councillor Hutchinson? Very good. So with that summary, Councillor or Deputy Mayor, before I go to Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further or do you have some discussion points?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Next, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson here. I'm leaning more towards supporting the recommendation brought forward by Councillor Hutchinson. I think that's a large impact and we can certainly utilize that revenue elsewhere. I think given with the times we're in, I think if you look around the surroundings here, I know our staff are working diligently and you know, they do know there's some overtime. We don't know what the uncertainty of 2021 is, and I don't think, I think if you want to discuss staffing at all, I think we're going to have to just go status quo with what we have. And I think we've got to have a freeze hire for this year other than that other position that's already been confirmed. That's where I'd like to see us go, and we can regroup in 2022. Again, we have no idea what 2021 is going to look like for us. We may have a bunch more stay-at-home orders. We don't know that. So I would support what Councillor Hutchinson suggested. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton?
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I would like to give our CEO opportunity to speak to these 3 positions before I make any determination. And I know there's been some changes since the consultant came in terms of timelines, like I think the asset management requirement, that plan, I think that's been advanced by a year. We've had some internal staff changes. So I'm just curious to see where our CEO is sitting today and what her perspective is on staffing. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Madam CIO?
Good morning, Mayor Robinson, members of council, and thank you for the platform, Councillor Hamilton. I would have put my hand up sooner or later, but I appreciate the opportunity to jump in before decisions get too far, too far down the road. I'd like to remind council and anyone listening in, the org review was presented to all of us in November. It was completed in September in accordance to the grant that was utilized to do that review. And our staffing numbers painted a very realistic picture of how we stack up compared to our municipal comparators. And we are at about 50% of what the others have for staffing levels. We are perfectly capable of managing our mandatory and legislative requirements. The challenge comes in doing the things that we would like to do to advance our community. You will recall, council, that the position that we are discussing has been proposed as a return, and it's on our proposed organizational chart as a position that was actually envisioned to support community services and the CAO special projects. So that would include some of the things that we've identified a couple of weeks ago as priorities through our strategic plan. And it would also include support to our committees of council. So it's not exactly the same position that's coming back. So when Councillor Hamilton alluded to changes in some of our assignments, that's one example. Through the COVID pandemic, I have had to repurpose staff to respond to the changing needs of our community and just the pressures from public health and the realities of managing some of the new ways that we have to function temporarily, let's hope. So that has been a godsend to have staff that have been flexible and adaptable. And I'd love to take this opportunity to thank everyone for their work through these interesting times. The other three positions that are proposed for this year are only half of what has been recommended, as council will recall, because there are 6 positions in total that would catch us up to the comparators that we like to use as benchmarking. The first position is proposed for finance. It's a double hat position. Asset management was a huge component of that proposed position. And Councillor Hamilton, you are correct. The province has pushed out the mandatory reporting for a revised asset management plan to 2022, July, I believe. And that's really just to report on your core assets. I know this council and the community is interested in a much more robust asset management plan than the one that we have been using. There's nothing wrong with one we have. It's a basic plan. So this position was intended to take a further look at all of our assets, and maybe even include natural assets, with a lens toward climate change. There was some really important important work that was envisioned for that vacancy, in addition to support for the finance department in helping with financial reporting, variance reports, financial projections. So it would have been a key piece of our team doing some of the work that is difficult to get to. It's always on the side of someone's desk, and you can only do so many things really well, and that's the foundation of some of my concerns. The other position was to help our public works team, and it was an environmental position, primarily focused on landfill operations and managing some of those assets. And the other piece of that, again, another 2-hat position, was to be project manager on capital projects. We have a number of big projects coming, and it's quite challenging to run a department and keep on top of all the capital projects that are essential to our community. The final position is customer. It's again, a double role: customer service and records management. We have made a temporary accommodation to handle the records management piece, because we are in the process of recruiting for a communications officer who will assist with that. But that is envisioned to get us up and running, get all of our records centralized and digitized, and from that point on, managing and continuing the integrity of that system will require dedicated focus. So that position, if I had it, and I absolutely understand the pressures of this budget, the realities of our global economy, and the challenges of meeting, the wishes of the community and the responsibilities of fiscal governance. So I do not envy your position at all. Where we land is where we're going to land, and I respect that. I just, we may have to revisit some of our work plans or our goals, and that may be where we land. And I think that's a responsible alternative. But I just really wanted to outline what those positions were envisioned for. When we say the consultant recommended 3, that was on the understanding that the seconded vacancy would be replaced, as the commitment was 2 years ago. However, 2 years ago, it was a different world. So I leave it with council to determine what your comfort level is. You hear from the community much more directly than many of us, and I respect your position, and don't envy it right now. However, that's just the outline of the work that we would love to be able to do.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further?
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for the summary, CEO, because I recognize how things have been changing over the past few months. So I appreciate the summary, and yeah, I think it's important we keep the staff position in, and perhaps it evolves or repurposed. But essentially, what's being proposed by a couple council members today would be a cut to staff. It's not even status quo. It's a cut to our current staff complement, and I have deep concerns about that. As we've heard, our staffing levels are way below our comparators. We have an ambitious council that has a lot of plans for the community in response to what we're hearing from our community. And what I'm hearing our CEO say is, hey, we can get by, we'll get through this emergency, and we're going to be okay. But if we want to do any work over and above what's mandatory, it's going to be very challenging. And we know COVID's adding extra extra challenges in terms of work time and flow too for our staff. So I can't support cutting a staff position today. And the consultant proposed 3 for this year, another, I think 3 or 4 for the next years to come. That's not manageable right now, but I would like to know our CEO's priorities in terms of the 3 positions that were proposed for this year. If she could just think about that for a moment. And I'm also thinking to next year, excuse me, my dog. There we go. I'm just thinking, I know this year it's challenging with COVID. It really is for the community. It is for every one of us. And next year is going to be still challenging because of the impacts of COVID. We're going to have budget pressures still as we add the construction costs of building a building that we need to do. It's really important, but that's going to create more pressures next year. I don't think there's ever going to be a good year to an ideal year where we're adding staff. I think every year is going to be a bit challenging to make that commitment, but it's part of our diligence as council to make sure we have staff to move us forward and respond to the needs of our community in a balanced way, right? So if I may just ask CEO one more question, of the 3 positions that were identified by the consultant, and given the priorities, could you help kind of rank those positions, if I may ask? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, through Madam Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, I've also done some hard thinking on this as well. I like to think that I'm a realistic person, and I understand that the proposal from the consultant is our ideal, and we will get there someday. I mean, we have growth, and I know we will. And when we do, we'll be building an even better community. So if I think of the positions that match the decisions that were made by council a couple of weeks ago when we were reviewing our strategic plan, I think the finance position is vital. I truly do. I would hate to see the loss of the portion of that seconded position returning, because that is primarily going to be converted to a support position. So those 2 positions would continue and enable us to meet those requests, those 4 priority areas that we discussed, the customer service strategy, climate change action plan, economic development strategic plan, and the asset management plan. Those are 4 big projects that are going to be foundational and game changers for this corporation. I did think a little bit about the environmental position in public works, and I know we will be getting to that conversation later today when we talk about the operations model. There is an opportunity, however, because I believe council has proposed a change to fees. And if we look at the director's service review proposal that was tabled in the fall, there's further savings that could actually fund a position without additional implications to the tax base. So it's really just shuffling some revenue and some money that's already in the base to utilize that position and get that work done. So council has a couple of options from my perspective. If you're really hesitant on increasing the tax base, we could look at an operational service change in public works to accommodate a new position. And then we're still, and I'll have the director help me if I'm missing a vital piece of information, but I'm a good listener, so I think I've got this correct. So that could be technically a wash. The seconded position, we could delay a little bit of that hire to soften that for this year, and then next year it'll just be rolled into the base. And then the asset management position, because the deadlines have been moved, it's a little bit of a risk because it takes about a year to get a new plan done. But there's options there to address that at a later date, a later start. So I'm not really answering your question directly. I think the asset management position in finance is a key one, and I think that there's opportunities to meet the requests of the other positions. The customer service and records management position, as I say, that one can be put on a lower priority. We could put that with the other positions that have been proposed because we do have a plan in place to start that work.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, CEO. And so I would be leaning towards keeping the funding in place that's there for the secondment that's not returning, and moving forward with the finance and asset management coordinator position that would support the asset management that is so important to this council and to our province. And then I look forward to talking more about the landfill operations and that that opportunity that's coming next. And perhaps with those cost savings, we could consider repurposing those savings for more support in that area as well. But that's where I'm leaning towards right now. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Shea is first-time speaker.
Thank you, Your Worship. The CAO was asked for her priorities in looking at these positions which were recommended to us. And I'm going to be a little bit selfish and speak about council's priorities, or at least my priorities of being on council. We looked at increasing senior staffing within Public Works even before this report was generated. We recognized that there was a shortcoming there, and we put that on hold. That was 1.5 years or 2 years ago, I think, and we put that on hold until this report was completed. So now the report has been completed, and it confirmed that there is a shortcoming in Public Works. And so from speaking about it from council's priorities, or my priorities on council, there's two things that I find we need to do, and we need to do better. And one of them is our short and long-term financial planning. We do as well as we can, with tremendous support from the Department of Finance and Ms. Mighton. And we need to work really hard on our infrastructure and bridges, which we do as best we can with tremendous support from Public Works and Mr. Shawinski. So I really want to see us up our game in terms of our ability to budget proactively, aggressively, increase fundraising through grant writing. I'd like to see us up our game in terms of supporting our infrastructure and developing proactive long-term planning for that. And I see these two staffing positions as being essential for us to be able to get there. I understand that this year it might not be possible to do both, but I personally feel these are urgent requirements, and I would certainly support the expansion of the finance department to alleviate some of Director Mighton's responsibilities. I know that she's instrumental in almost all of our fundraising and grant writing requests, and that if we can expand that part of our operations, I think this position will almost certainly pay for itself in no time. And it's also interesting that the CAO was able to demonstrate ways that the Public Works position could perhaps pay for itself as well. So I would certainly support the addition of somebody to assist with financial reporting so that we can be doing our budgeting more aggressively and more proactively. And I would be warm towards the idea of supporting somebody in the Public Works position as well. Thank you. And if we need a motion on that, I'd be happy to make a motion to support the person in the finance department. Thank you.
Thank you. So Clerk Sharbuck, is it what we need for motions at this time, or are we just building a list for consensus? But certainly because the member of council has put a motion forward, I'm looking to you for the procedural component. I'm more than prepared to look for a seconder and also to speak on the item, so I'll need to transfer the chair. But for your procedural comment, please.
I think this could be a motion on its own. I think Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Shea were clear on their intentions, and it's a little bit more significant piece than the smaller pieces that will form the summary. I think that it warrants a standalone decision. And I would just ask for clarification that is it to maintain, I'm not sure what staff's position was called, Laura, and add the financial analysis position? I just want to make sure I'm calling them the right things.
Yes, and I completely agree. I think this, which is why I look to you in terms of the procedural content. I think it should be a standalone motion. And with clarity from Councillor Shea and also Madam CAO, if you could wordsmith the motion, and I'll go back to Councillor Shea to see that that was the intent that that he's looking for on that. So Madam CAO, to the position names.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And the position, the proposed position in the Finance Department is called a Finance and Asset Management Coordinator. And the repurposed position from the secondment return, anyway, is Manager of Corporate and Community Initiatives.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
just wait a moment on the wordsmithing.
Sorry, Laura, what was the repurposed position called? The Manager of Corporate?
Thanks, Clerk Schabach. Corporate and Community Initiatives.
And is there the dollar figure attached to these positions that could also be included in the motion? Director Mighton?
Thank you, Your Worship. The Community Initiatives Manager, the budget included about $60,000 in total for wages and benefits for that one to come back partway through the year. Originally, we were of the three other positions, we were estimating their total impact for a full year to be about $75,000. So whether you want to prorate that for by the time they would be onboarded for a part year, but that was what the estimate was for one of those three new positions. Wages and benefits all in was about $75,000 annually.
Thank you.
So through you, Your Worship, I would just, Councillor Shea, if you could clarify what exactly you'd like me to say in your resolution.
Sir, I think you had the gist of it, to support the community and corporate initiatives position and to support the new position of the finance asset management
coordinator.
And that their impact would be prorated this year for a partial year.
For could we say effective July 1st, 2021?
I would leave that up to this, or I would look to the CAO.
I guess the reality is, even if recruitment started very soon, they wouldn't be starting before July, before that half-year spot. Is that, am I right on that, Laura?
Through Madam Mayor, I agree, Clerk Schabach. You know, if the budget is passed in May, recruitment wouldn't even begin till June. So I would project we'd be looking at a fall start.
So I won't add it. I don't think we need to add a date. We're not going to get ahead of the $75,000 cost by any means. So
I agree, and I have comfort in deferring the start date. You know, that's and I think the director had mentioned that the 75,000 was an inclusive estimate for more positions than what we're looking at right now as well. So right. That number would be less.
So through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Shea, that the repurposed secondment position, Manager of Corporate and Community Initiatives, be maintained, and that the new Finance and Asset Management Coordinator position is hereby approved for 2021.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Oh, first of all, Councillor Shea, are you okay with the wording?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. As a seconder, I just want to double check. Councillor Hutchinson, your hand's been up. Is that a seconder?
No, I have a question.
Fair enough. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Okay, thank you. We've had first-time speakers already. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair so that I could speak to this item and also manage the vote on this, and then the chair can be transferred back. So Deputy Mayor, will you take the chair at this time?
Deputy Mayor, I will take the chair. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. So I will speak. And I will not be voting in favor of this motion. I feel that this is an opportunity because of the secondment is not returning, that there is a cost savings for this corporation. I don't feel that this is the appropriate time for adding new positions. Certainly those positions can be thought of and discussed in future years for the benefit of the corporation, for the benefit of our community, but certainly this is not the time. Focus is on what we have already discussed within our budget. So I will, for clarity purposes, not be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Okay, so we've all had our first time of speaking to this, so I'll be going to second time speakers, and Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up. Please proceed.
Okay, so basically, I sort of support what Councillor Shays has said. His idea of there's two positions that I see that we really need to work on and get ahead of, and that is the asset manager of public works, and then in the finance end of it too. So I would like to see is if we leave the $80,000 in. I was hoping that through this process today that we could drop our budget 1% more. So I'm going to be looking for that. If we don't do it here, I'm going to be looking for it somewhere else. So I'm going to suggest that we leave the $80,000 in that was the part of the secondment, and leave it up to our CAO to do her magic, to be creative. She talked about juggling the public works around a little bit and doing something there. I just have a real concern with hiring at this time, the optics of the whole thing of we're going through a pandemic. There are a lot of people out there that lost jobs, people that can't work because of childcare, businesses that are struggling. I just have a real concern with hiring, and I'd really like to see us get this budget down a little bit more. So I think that given that we have to replace a communications position, maybe there's some wiggle room there. We have this 80,000 that could be used to, as I said, CEO work her magic and come up with something there. But basically, sort of stay the status quo for this year, just to get us through, and hopefully we'll be better positioned next year to bring in some added staff. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Go ahead, Director Mighton.
Thank you, Deputy. I just wanted to clarify, the budget included 60,000, not 80,000 for the half-year return of the community services position. Just to clarify that it was a $60,000 budget impact.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have your hand up? Or... Okay, thank you. Second time speakers, Councillor Townsend, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to remind us that each year that we've passed a budget, we have done so by removing something that we'll put off till next year. And then at the beginning of the year, we have the budget process year. We have one heck of a challenge because we start off behind the 8 ball of already committing so many dollars. And if we can do it in smaller steps, there's always that advantage. The CAO, I think, has already said that in the public works area, there's opportunity. And in fact, we will be able to generate some funds in both her belief and the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, I believe, supports that. So they're already doing their magic, if you will. I think repurposing the dollars to the community and corporate initiatives is not an increase to the budget. Not putting in the public works person, putting in the public works person is not increasing the budget. If we actually do add one more, I do support that. I believe we're making one step into getting more in line and being able to handle all the work that this council has been very aggressive to identify. And a lot of that is catch up. We're going to be talking about endorsing the bridge study, and yet that will get replaced eventually by the asset management plan. And what we do in the future will be governed by our asset management plan. And I mean every asset, not just bridges. I'm not talking bridges here, I'm talking in general. And so if we do not keep up with that, or if we continue to keep the level of workload on with the director, we are going to have an issue. I think raising this was just trying to be transparent that those dollars are there and that they can be used. It was not intended to reduce them. And in fact, I was really pleased when Councillor Shea said that he would in fact support an increase, for a position. I think that's excellent. The other comparable I'd like to use is the police station, and not the police station, sorry, police services. We actually did exactly the same thing that some are recommending now, which is wait till next year. And look at what happened this year because we waited till this year. We got hit with one huge increase in a year where we say, can we really afford these? So putting it off, I think, will actually create an issue for next year. It won't solve the problem next year. And I think Madam CEO was very honest when she said, is there ever a good year? This is not going to be an ideal year. We have to bite the bullet or we have to back off on our workload. So, be careful when you decide not to support it, because you're actually saying that there's work that we're not going to do. And I think that's a fair assessment, and that should always be the way, and our expectations need to be adjusted accordingly. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. And by the way, your hand's still up. I'm looking for second-time speakers. Councillor Shea, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Townsend made some very good points. And the one that I'd like to underline right now is any strategy to say we support it, but just not now, it's just an approach that we have to stop doing. We either support it now or we don't support it. Next year is going to be a very difficult year with the additional cost of the new police building starting to come online. So I support this initiative, and I can't see any reason to defer it to some future date when things are going to be, much easier and richer. I don't think that future date exists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing more to add. I resonate with what's been said, and I would like a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And final second-time speaker, Mayor Robinson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Certainly, I was going to request a recorded vote as well, so I do appreciate Councillor Hamilton asking for that. I know that studies are important. They provide the environmental scan on what is taking place now and also provide recommendations for the future. So studies can be utilized at any point. And we'll see later on in the agenda, we've got a study that's a bit dated, but data still is important. I think looking at future needs of this corporation is important. That is absolutely fine. This is not the year. This is not the year for additional staff. There's an opportunity within a position that is not being returned that we can save money. And we are in a global pandemic. There are individuals that are not working. There are individuals that have had their hours cut. And I think we need to be acknowledging of that or have acknowledged of that. And this is not the year for additional hires. And if there is that opportunity for cost savings within a position that is not returning, I think this is a prime example of that. Everybody has an opinion that should be respected. And I feel that this is a path forward for this corporation. And I would ask that my colleagues consider that and not vote in favor of this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Clerk Scharbeck, I'm going to turn it over to you. We've completed second-time speakers, and a recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Hamilton, so I will let you take it from here. Thank you.
Oh my God, would you be quiet?
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Excuse me.
call the recorded vote now. Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
In favor?
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
And that is a tie vote. The motion is defeated.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. So we're back to just continue the discussion, I would assume, on this topic here. And is it an appropriate time to hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson?
Certainly. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for managing that. Director Mighton, can you move us forward, please?
Yes, so if we've decided, we still have the community services manager, community initiatives manager in the budget. The motion that was defeated didn't change anything, so that still is in the existing budget as has been presented. So if we're okay with that, we can move on to landfill operations efficiency, the hours of operation. But
I see. One moment, please. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually going to make the same observation as the director and suggest that we leave those dollars in since it's there already, and we allow the CAO to repurpose those as appropriate or leave them as originally intended. But if that requires a motion, I would so move that.
Good. Okay.
I think it's important, if we're not going to add, at least that we maintain what we've already done.
Okay, I am going to take that as a motion in the same spirit that we did the other one. It's like a standalone, and I think that's worthwhile. So, Councillor, you are then prepared to move that motion? Oh,
I am.
hang on, Clerk Scharbeck, do you have something contrary to say to that? And if you do, that's absolutely fine.
Through your worship, at this moment, the funds are in the budget. So they stay in the budget unless somebody makes a motion to make a change.
Okay,
So
good clarity.
if you'd like them to stay put, we'll just leave it alone. If somebody would like them removed, then that would be the motion.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that help? So we
It
can
absolutely does
move
help.
on?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you as well, Councillor Townsend, for just moving that forward. That's appreciated for certain. I do see Deputy Mayor, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just want, again, I want clarity. So we had this comment that we've discussed here in the last round, and as well as that other position are we talking just the position with our old communications? Is that the one we're addressing now? Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
yeah, so it's not the communications position. That is an empty one. The seconded position was the community and what do we call community and corporate initiatives. Sorry. So that is the one that was the seconded position that has been, we still have 60,000 in our current budget for that seconded position that is, we know that the county is going to keep her. And so we would be filling that position, but the communications position that is currently vacant is in the process of being replaced, just like any other staff member. But this one would deal with the seconded position that we had coming back and returning as of July 1st is what our budget had included.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, is that the clarity you need or anything further?
Well, okay, so the communications position is there, and I know they're working on filling, that's fine. This comment is, I believe, is what we were discussing, and so I think we're back to where we started, was that that revenue or that money's going to be there, and we are moving forward with a new hire in that position as well. That's how I'm taking it. So it's two new positions. The one that was existing, which we know was working on. The secondment one was what we were talking about, was we're only taking that out, but from what I understand here, it's staying in. It just, so I have clarity on that, so.
I'm
We're
not
actually, we're right
certain.
back to where we started, is how I think, that's all.
I'm just not certain. Madam CAO, could you please address this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. The $60,000 that has been allocated to the budget would be to bring on that community and corporate initiatives position. That was part of the motion that was defeated. So at this point, the money is still in the budget, and as Councillor Townsend inquired, if the money stays in the budget, then the CAO has the opportunity to allocate those funds where the corporation could benefit from that. If council chooses to remove it, then that position is not an option, as any of the positions are not an option. So right now, it's in the budget. It's made up of, it's a contributor to that percentage that we started with, which I'm sorry, I can't recall, Director Mighton. So it's up to council to leave it in or remove it.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I've got clarity now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from members of council? Okay, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so my concern is that we are going out to advertise for a communications person, I believe, fill position, and if we leave this 60 in there and we end up hiring a second person, there we're back to the optics of we're in a pandemic and we're hiring two new people, even though we're really just replacing people. It's not, we know what's happening, but the general public look at that and say, hey, you guys are hiring and everybody else is struggling out here. What's going on? So I would suggest that we take the 60,000 out, helps to bring our budget down, with the intent that we do need to look at in the future, bringing in some new staff. Maybe it isn't next year, maybe it's the next term or whatever. We have the plan, the consultant gave us a plan, so we know where we need to go, and our CA knows where we need to go. I'm just not sure that this is the right time, given our situation with the budget. So I would like to make a motion that we take the 60,000 out to help bring our budget down at this time.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbuck, just on the wording of that, do you need anything further for clarification?
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Hutchinson. I'll just clarify that I've got this right. That $60,000 be removed from the operating budget by removing the existing position of Manager of Corporate and Community Initiatives.
Councillor Hutchinson, is that the language that you're happy with?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion, and I do have a brief comment.
Please go ahead then.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So in conclusion, again, I'm going back to what I was discussing. There is one position or one new hire that's going to happen from the old communications, whatever the CEO finds most suitable, and we are eliminating the secondment wages, what we're doing here. So there will be one new employee added this year. Is that correct?
I'm going to go to Director Mighton, please.
It's the communications position is just a replacement. That was an existing position we had last year. So it's just filling a vacancy. That's just, it is vacated and we're just replacing it. That's the communications position. The secondment is this community initiatives position. We had it before, we've had it on hold while the position was seconded, and this would not replace or that vacancy that's been on our books.
Is that the clarity you require, Deputy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So in summary, I still say it's one new hire, even though it's a replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm finding this to be a frustrating conversation because our language is so important and how we tell our story to our community is really important. And it's our job as council and as a corporation to clearly tell our story. This is not a new hire, the communications we're filling. And we can certainly tell our community that we are replacing an existing position. This happens in businesses all the time. They're not new hires. What's this decision today, right now in front of us, is a cut. We're actually going backwards. So having commissioned a consultant to come in and help compare us to our peers and help us pave a path forward for a corporation, our council is suggesting that we go backwards and cut staffing from our staff complement. The same council who has high demands of our staff and high vision for the future of our community is making a cut to our ability to move forward. We have to balance today's decisions with our future needs. And I'm not hearing that in this conversation right now. It's too focused on today. We know any decision we make today or don't make today will put pressures on our future, our very near future of next year's budget, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's a very balanced approach to, at the very least, maintain our staff complement. I think it's an even more balanced approach to slowly develop the staff as was suggested by our consultant. But here we are, cutting staff. I cannot support this. I will be asking for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'll echo the words of Councillor Hamilton. But I think the other thing that we're forgetting is that we always say to staff, can you do better? Can you improve operationally? You know, do we have to keep adding people, et cetera? And Madam CIO has basically said, Public Works is doing that, and they're actually going to fund bringing resources in that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do. So does that mean every time we do it, we take that away as well? That doesn't make sense. We are growing. We are going to continue to grow. We're in the middle of a strategic plan initiative that will probably reinforce that in many ways. We're actually going to take actions to attract people. If we continue not to move forward as defined by Councillor Hamilton, we are going to have some serious problems in the future of asking for high jumps in our budgets. That doesn't make sense. So we're just deferring the inevitable. I've seen that happen 2 years in a row. I really don't want to see that happen again, where next year we're sitting here having the same conversation when we begin, saying we're already way over and we haven't even done any new initiatives or addressed some concerns that have reared their head next year. So I'd like to stop that process or that method of saying we can always put it off till next year, and we won't. And my fear is we came into this position wanting to improve the community because of what we saw. And some of the challenges we have are from the past, and they're likely from similar conversations. I don't want to replicate that. That's not what I want the next council to be able to say. I want them to be able to say, we've got a good foundation to move forward, and we made the right decisions so we can. And asset management, we are going to be relying on that more and more and more, and not to mention that it'll help actually get our financials in a better state, meaning we'll understand better, we can prepare better for grant preparations because we know what's coming when, and hopefully we'll be more successful there. So there is a huge domino effect if we decide to start cutting positions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Townsend. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak at this time? I would like Madam Clerk to read the motion at hand, and then I will call the vote.
Your Worship, Councillor Hamilton requested a recorded vote.
Yes, thank you.
The motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, is that $60,000 be removed from the operating budget by removing the existing position of Manager of Corporate and Community Initiatives.
Point of clarification. You said Councillor Hamilton moved it. I didn't move it.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Hamilton requested a recorded vote, but Councillor Hutchinson moved the motion and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson seconded it. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
And I'll call the vote. Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
I am in favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Not in favor?
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And that is a tied vote, so the motion is defeated.
Thank you. All right, Director Mighton, we're ready to move on. Thank you.
So the next item that I had on here was the implementation of landfill operational changes, such as the hours of operation, and whether to incorporate any savings into the budget for that. So that would be the next item for the discussion.
Thank you. Members of council, how do you wish to deal with this? As recommended, or okay, Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. May I ask just our Public Works Director to summarize for council? Thank you very much.
Certainly. Director Szewinski, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And
Sure.
good morning.
Super. So just to provide a summary with respect to the landfill operations, council may recall that you directed staff or directed me to find efficiencies in the operation with respect to our landfill sites. And so back in October of 2020, I brought a report to council, and essentially what the summary of that report was to make some changes with respect to staffing, or not staffing, I should say, but I should say is operating hours, and to consider tipping fees. And the reason behind the adjustments for hours and so forth is to better align ourselves with the ESA, which is the Employment Standards Act, and essentially spread the service from 4 days a week to 5 days a week. And this would allow us to optimize staff to operate landfill sites, which would essentially be open one per day from Wednesday to Sunday is what I've recommended. And essentially, if we were to increase our tipping fees, which are essentially, will be more reflective of our operation, and as well, in looking at other landfill sites around us, they've essentially increased their tipping fees to $10. So at your request, that's the report that I brought for you for consideration, and that's the summary essentially.
Thank you very much for that amount of information. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I would move that if we need it to move, perhaps I'll just put my intention out there that we move forward with those operational efficiencies as part and put those into the budget. And then I would expect we would finalize those refined details at through a bylaw process or through a process at council, I would expect. But I know our Public Works Director has given us a proposed scheduling, and that we could take that up at a future meeting, I would think, Public Works Director, just to get that detail down into a bylaw perhaps. But I think this is very reasonable. It's increasing our days of operation by 1. We're open 5 days. We're now open on a Sunday, I believe. It's just finding some efficiencies, and also just a healthy workplace for our staff. So I support the direction this is going in. So perhaps I will move that. We adopt the efficiencies that the Public Works Director is presenting, beginning halfway through. So perhaps Director Mighton could clarify what that budget impact would be for this year. Thank you.
Certainly, and that could probably be folded into the motion. Director Mighton to the inquiry.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. I think, yeah, the hours of operations, that portion of the report would have had about $40,000 for the full year. So with a half-year implementation, we would be looking at about a $20,000 reduction. We already had at our previous March 30th meeting, we had there was approval to move forward again once bylaws are passed with increasing the tipping fees effective July 1st, and that 26,500 reduction was already built into the where we're at the March 30th, after the March 30th meeting. So this would be a further $20,000 reduction.
Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion, and I'd be looking for a seconder.
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council adopts the landfill operation efficiencies as presented by the Director of Public Works, resulting in approximately $20,000 savings in 2021.
Councillor Hamilton, are you fine with the wording of the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I wonder if we should have, perhaps I'll ask our CEO or director, like, do we need an implementation date in this motion, or would that discussion happen at a future council meeting? Or like today's more of a budget decision and the impact?
Yes.
But would there be another report coming forward to council, or how should we tidy this up today? Do we need a date in there? Thank you.
Clerk Sharbeck.
Thank you, through you, your worship. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Hamilton. I'm not sure if we need an implementation date. I think we could clarify in the motion July 1st, and that makes it clear when this decision is going to happen, and it does allow us time to prepare the appropriate bylaw for the fee change, and it allows us time to do a little bit of education for the public, so this isn't a shock the first time you go to the landfill. That there my understanding is the approximate $20,000 in savings is based on half a year. So if we could say effective July 1st, 2021, would that just nail that down a bit?
It would for me, and I appreciate that's my concern too, is that we all feel comfortable and have had the time to communicate the changes. And so if I could just double check with their CAO if this timeline is working well. Thank you.
Madam CAO, to the inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Hamilton. I concur with the clerk. If the July 1st date could be incorporated, then the community also has this very early heads up. And just for clarity, the motion is to to adjust the to the 20,000 level. The director might, yes, I see nodding. Perfect. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, I wonder, Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council adopts the landfill operation efficiencies as presented by the Director of Public Works, resulting in approximately $20,000 savings effective July 1st, 2021.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, I see your hand up. Is that representing a seconder motion?
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor, and I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
My comment actually is a request from Madam CAO to clarify whether or not those savings were the dollars you referred to in our earlier discussion. Would they be used to actually fund the additional resources you may need, or at least begin to fund the additional resources you need within the public works area?
Madam CAO.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. My understanding is if council passes this motion, then the $20,000 reduction is not going to be applied to any new position. That my vision was that we would utilize the savings and keep it in the budget, add in the increase in the fees to fund that position, but I don't see that that's on the table right now.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I wonder whether the mover would agree to an adjustment to her motion to actually include those savings for repurposing rather than taking it away. It was my comment earlier in our last discussion that basically said when you find efficiencies or ways to increase revenue, do you penalize staff for having done that when you know the workload is still there? It's not going to go away because we're always getting demand. And it's better to keep what you have and have no budget increase, if you will, going forward, than to actually take it out and then try to put it back. That's a very difficult process. So that was my logic for asking the mover if she would be open to that change.
Councillor Hamilton, to Councillor Townsend's inquiry of your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I concur, but I wonder, they are two different questions, though. I might suggest we have another motion because we also have savings from the tipping fees that would be applied. So perhaps if we deal with this operational efficiencies piece in this motion, and then have a motion about the hiring of the position that you're referring to. However, Councillor Townsend, it's up to you if you wish to make an amendment to the motion. I'll entertain that. Thank you.
So where do you sit with this, Councillor Townsend? Are you looking to deal with this motion separately and then bringing another motion forward, or do you wish to deal with it as an amendment?
I'd like to deal with it as an amendment to the prime motion to say that we remove the savings from the motion so they can be repurposed.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll look to Clerk Sharback for the wording so that everybody's clear on it, and then a seconder, and then we if there's any questions to the amendment, and then the vote.
I just want to clarify, Councillor Townsend, an amending motion moved by Councillor Townsend that the resulting savings shall be allocated to, is this to the new public works position? Or
no, what I would rather do is just remove it from the original motion. Just remove the amount and deal with that in a separate motion as suggested by Councillor Hamilton. So literally the motion I'm making is to remove any reference to the savings in the original motion.
so you want to amend the main motion by removing the last portion, resulting in approximately $20,000 in savings?
Yes.
Okay. So an amendment moved by Councillor Townsend that the main motion regarding the landfill operation efficiencies be amended by removing, quote, resulting in approximately $20,000 in savings, unquote.
Councillor Townsend?
That was my intent. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I will be asking for a recorded vote. With that, is there a seconder for this amendment? I am not seeing, oh yes, I am now seeing. Councillor Shea, are you seconding this amendment motion?
I'll second it, and I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Councillor Townsend, I'm not entirely clear on your reasoning for wanting to make this amendment. Could you clarify that further?
Councillor
I
Townsend?
sure can. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shea. I sure can. My concern is that the interpretation of that original motion is to therefore remove it from the budget. That's number one. Number two is, as noted by Councillor Hamilton, we deal with the operational under one motion only, make the operational changes, and then we deal with any financial aspects in a separate motion.
So you're planning to introduce a follow-up motion to this one then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Sharback?
I'm just wondering if it's necessary. I don't think it changes the intent of Councillor Hamilton's motion to say how much the savings is. That would sort of substantiate the reason for her motion, so that it shows the effect on the budget, the running tally that our Director of Finance has going. But then what to do with that savings would be a separate motion. Is that sort of capture the intent?
Councillor Townsend?
When you put it that way, then yeah, we won't need the amendment if we deal with how we handle them separately, and I'm okay
Okay.
with that. So I would withdraw the amendment and we'll follow up with a second motion to how we deal with them.
Okay,
Okay.
so I think, and through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just read this main motion again and make sure, at this point, there's no mention of how to allocate those funds.
Yes, please go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Townsend. The council adopts the landfill operation efficiencies as presented by the Director of Public Works, resulting in approximately $20,000 in savings and effective July 1st, 2021. Does that work?
Councillor Hamilton, to the language of the motion.
Yes, and thank you for the interpretation. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Townsend, to the language as you are the seconder then?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Any other questions, members of council? All those in favor then, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Point of procedure, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
A recorded vote was asked for.
a recorded vote was requested from me and it was on your amendment. But
I
thank you
thought-
very much for the
Councillor
clarification.
Hamilton asked for a recorded vote.
No, she did not. It was myself, Councillor. But
Okay,
I do
so-
appreciate the clarity because we want to make sure we're all on the same page for that.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
so with that, Clerk Sharbeck, please read the motion at hand. And then that way it would be an uninterrupted to the vote. And I do appreciate that a point of clarification was requested at that time.
Through you, Your Worship, that council adopts the landfill operation efficiencies as presented by the Director of Public Works, resulting in approximately $20,000 in savings and effective July 1st, 2021.
So all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Now, Councillor Townsend, you indicated that you were going to have another motion. Is that still current?
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor. The motion I would make is as a result of the Public Works changes, operational changes in the landfill, that the surplus or the savings be maintained within the Public Works budget and be repurposed at the discretion of the director.
Thank you. I'd look to Clerk Sharbeck first to deal with the language of the motion, and then I'll go to a seconder.
To you, Your Worship. And I'll clarify, Councillor Townsend, that this is your intent, that the savings realized by the changes to landfill operations be maintained within the Public Works budget and be repurposed as deemed appropriate by the Public Works Director.
Councillor Townsend, is that the language you wish?
Actually, Madam Mayor, yes, it is, but I'm going to withdraw it. And the reason I am is I just realized this is exactly the same as we did with the other funds where it's already in the budget. So any motion made shouldn't be to retain it. It should be if someone wants to remove it. And since I don't want to do that, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Thank you. And just for clarity, was that just to include if the member wanted, if the Public Works wished to have additional staffing?
No, I said to repurpose, but I think the argument is that I believe that the savings will be there, and perhaps Director Mighton can confirm that they are or are not included in the
so-
budget.
Thank you. I understand that your motion is withdrawn and we're looking for clarity from Director Mighton on that inquiry.
So if I understand correctly, so at the last meeting, we took out 26,500 for the tipping fee adjustment. So that has reduced your budget. That's not there to use for other purposes. The motion that you just passed previously removed $20,000. It hasn't been assigned to anything else for another purpose. So it is a reduction in your budget, if I understand the previous motion correctly. So right now, the 46,500 is removed and reducing your tax levy requirement. So there, we can't use it. There's for another purpose based on the motions that have passed. If I got
Yes.
them.
And that's my understanding, but I was looking for clarity on that. So before I go to Councillor Hutchinson, was there anything further? Oh, you didn't have your hand up, Councillor Townsend. On
No, I
that.
didn't, but with that clarification, that means if we want to preserve the funds, then we do need a motion. Is that what I'm understanding, Clerk Sherbrooke?
Clerk Sherbrooke, to that inquiry.
Through your worship, yes, Councillor Townsend. I think your intention that $20,000, if we save $20,000 in the public works budget, that it be that $20,000 of savings be repurposed and used by the public works director, not removed from the budget. So I think that intention requires your resolution, is my understanding. And I would ask Director Mighton to give me a nod if that's, if we want to keep the money in the budget, yes, you need a resolution.
Yes, and I will bring it
Okay.
back, Madam Mayor, because
Okay.
I think, yeah, I think this is a dangerous process. Like I said earlier, that if we do actually have efficiencies, then the intent should be to allow people to repurpose them, particularly when we're in a position of not having the revenue to support a lot of the activities. So I will bring that motion back on the floor, sorry.
Okay, so it is on the floor, but I do see Director Mighton's hand up. So please go ahead, Director Mighton.
And I just would seek some clarification. Is it just the $20,000 for the hours of operations, or is it also the 26.5 that we had for the increasing the tipping fees? Just wanted to clarify if it's that just today's item, or if it is that full 46,000.
Councillor Townsend,
It was the savings from the operational changes, which I believe is there for the 20,000.
does that clarify, Director Mighton? So with that, Clerk Sherbrooke, could you read the motion at hand, and I'd look for a seconder?
Through you, your worship, that the savings realized by the changes to landfill operations be maintained within the public works budget and be repurposed as deemed appropriate by the Director of Public Works.
Does the language suit Councillor Townsend?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? And I do see the hand up from Councillor Hutchinson. Are you seconding this motion?
I can, and then I have a question.
All right, I'll put you down as the seconder and please go ahead.
So I'm just curious of what that does to our budget, since that's really what we're trying to do today is get this budget nailed down. So the 26,000 was already taking off, Director Mighton, and this 20,000 was sort of floating out there right now, but we're saying we're going to put it into reserves basically or whatever. So it doesn't affect our budget situation right at this point? Okay, thank you.
Director Mighton, I wonder if you could just verbalize that for everyone to hear your response.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we're in the same position. If this passes, we've reallocated those $20,000 towards another purpose within the landfill for the director to define. So you're still at your 5.36, like we started the day with. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any further inquiries? We have a mover and seconder for the motion. Is there anything further on this motion in terms of inquiries? All right, then all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this motion. That motion is carried. Thank you. Director Mighton, we are moving on then.
Yep, I think the other item that I believe was brought forward or deferred from one of the prior meetings was the styrofoam recycling. I think the
Yes.
director has a costing on that. So I think that was the piece that we didn't have firmed up at the previous meeting. So
Wonderful that he's got information. Director Schwinski, please.
Yes, through your worship, essentially it works out to per year. It works out to $5,000 per waste stream to essentially have styrofoam collected at our landfill site and densified and so forth to divert waste. And it's the same for the film plastics as well. So and essentially that's those are the numbers.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Hamilton?
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I would move that we support the styrofoam recycling program at a cost of $5,000. And we just add that thanks to the Public Works Director for finding efficiencies, which I think has really enabled us to support these really important programs that our community's been asking for. So thank you for the research and bringing it forward.
Thank you very much. I look to Clerk Sherbeck for the wording of the motion, and then I'll look to a seconder.
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council supports the styrofoam recycling program at an estimated cost of $5,000.
Thank you, Clerk Sherbeck. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second that motion.
Any questions or comments, members of council? All those in favor? Before I call the question, Councillor Hutchinson.
I'm curious, is this $5,000 therefore going into the budget, or are we suggesting that we just gave the director $20,000 that maybe he could play with some of this extra costs?
Thank you, Councillor. Director Maiton.
I would request that you provide some clarification on that, if it's a $5,000 add-in or if it's part of the previous sort of motion that it's just offset with that $20,000 operational efficiency in there.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. So right now we're just talking about styrofoam, but it's $5,000 each, right? So it's actually $10,000 that we're either putting into the budget or we're suggesting that the director fund it somehow.
Director Maiton.
I'll look to the director of infrastructure on the when they're talking 10,000, 5,000, is that at each landfill site? Is that where we're going, or would it just be at one site?
Director Schwinski.
Certainly, through your worship, it would be $5,000 for each activity. So $5,000 for styrofoam densification and $5,000 for film plastics recycling. And that would be located at one landfill site so that we could kind of optimize that. And yes, so that would be a total of $10,000.
Okay, so thanks for that clarification. You still have the floor, Councillor Hutchinson.
So my question is, are we adding $10,000 to the budget?
Director Maiton.
I believe, yes, that's what your motion would speak to.
Okay. Anything further then?
I think,
yeah.
Sorry, both programs are worthwhile. I agree. It's just a matter of how we fund it. Are we going to put it into the budget, or are we asking the director to find funds to support this?
And are you looking for an amendment to the motion, or are you just leaving your comments where they are at this point?
We didn't really say in our motion what we're doing, where it's coming from. We just said that we're adding it.
Clerk Sherbeck, I just would like the clarification for one and all on the motion. Yeah.
At this point in time, and I'll confirm with Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hamilton, were you including the film plastics as well?
So point of clarification, thank you. Last year's budget had $5,000 in it towards film plastic. And while we didn't develop the program last year, I'm wondering if that $5,000 is still in this budget. And if it is, then it would just be a $5,000 increase altogether. So perhaps it's a question for Director Mighton or CEO. Thank you.
Certainly, I'll
Perfect.
go to Director Mighton first.
Yes, that film plastics one was in last year's, so it has been carried forward. Yeah.
Okay. So Clerk Sherbeck, could you read the motion? Then
Sure.
I'll go back to Councillor Hutchinson.
So the motion is, through you, Your Worship, just as Councillor Hamilton had stated, it doesn't mention film plastic and it doesn't refer to the $5,000 for film plastic because that's already in the current budget where we're at. The motion is that council supports the styrofoam recycling program at an estimated cost of $5,000. And I've added to be implemented at one landfill site. And that's it. So it doesn't speak to adding $5,000 or requesting the director to make that work in his existing budget.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson.
So do we need direction?
Sorry, again, I didn't quite hear that.
Do we need direction? Like we're just floating it out there. Are we putting in the budget or not?
That would be what the motion at hand is to address.
Okay, so that's the understanding. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. So we're putting
Absolutely.
budget. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we just want to make sure everybody has clarity as everything is moving along really swiftly. I just want to ensure that everybody has an understanding of what it is that we're dealing with. You have your hand still up. Is there anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Okay. Anybody else wish to speak before I call the question? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. All right, Director Mighton, could you please move us along? Thank you.
Okay, so that, if I'm understanding the last motion, we've added 5,000, so you're now at 5.41% or 554,856. That was the end of the items that were brought forward or mentioned at the previous meeting. So that's where we're at.
Director Mighton, I do have a question, and I'm just going to ask it from the chair. It's a quick question. The $20,000 that was to be used at the discretion of the Director of Public Works, could the 5,000 be part of this allocation? Is that the intent?
I'm not clear if that was your intent or not at this point. So I've got it added in there. I'm not sure if the intention of the 20,000 was to somehow find a new position in there. It's quickly getting eroded if we allocate more from it. So I'm just not sure what the intention of that was, but you can certainly provide that clarity, and then we'll I'll note that in there, but I'm just not clear that that was the intention at this point.
Thank you very much for that. Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Your Worship, the resolutions that have been passed so far, the first one was to approve the operational changes, so the hours of the landfill operations, and that resulted in approximately $20,000 of savings for 2021. The next resolution that was carried said that the $20,000 of savings remain in the budget, and they're to be used at the discretion of the Public Works Director as deemed necessary. Then the third landfill-related resolution was to support the styrofoam recycling program at an estimated cost of $5,000. which would add $5,000 to that budget.
Thank you. That was my understanding of it, but I wanted clarity for citizens and for members of council. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't recall us having allocated budget dollars in the past to be used at the discretion of a department head. And typically when we go through the budget, we go through, or we are presented with a budget which has an immense amount of detail, including buying a trailer or buying new pieces of equipment. We don't approve them on a line by line basis, but I wanted to just sort of drive home the fact that these savings are the result of proposed efficiencies, which will total $40,000 a year going forward in future years. And I'd like to try and keep sight of that savings and the benefit that the Public Works Director has brought to the municipality by finding those efficiencies. And I'd like to sort of ask the Public Works Director if it might be possible to use these $20,000 savings this year to kickstart a discussion next year about possible staffing increases, just so that we can reintroduce the idea that these efficiencies that were found in 2021 are still going to be efficiencies in 2022. I don't want us to sort of take those efficiencies for granted and forget that the initiative was taken in this one year. So I wonder if you have any ideas about using those efficiencies, Director Shawinski, and if there's any way that they could be, the 20,000 this year could be rolled into further capitalization on those efficiencies going forward. That question, I suppose, could also be addressed by the CAO, but I put it to you first.
Certainly. Director Shawinski, please, and then Madam CAO.
Certainly, through your worship, the efficiencies that are found this year can definitely be used toward sort of to your point, kicking off or rolling out to fund some of our staffing. And also to keep in mind, the efficiencies that we're realizing for 2021 are essentially for half the year. So when you consider a full year of this, the efficiencies are definitely going to grow, and most definitely would assist in offsetting staffing.
Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of these efficiencies next year when we're considering staffing levels. So if you could make a note, I'll make a note as well to just revisit this. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And as promised, Madam CIO, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to clarify. My understanding, excuse me, the proposed support for the Public Works Department, particularly in the environment portfolio, was to be a combination of these efficiencies, this money that we found, and the revenue generating model that Council has already supported. So where there's always somewhere to allocate findings, that was always the vision, is that that environment portfolio could become a reality based on the two factors and not on the tax base. It's already, we're generating the revenue and we have half of the salary in the base if we adjust the operations model. So that was the way we thought we could bring an environment portfolio into the corporation. Without that direction, we will just keep that 20,000 in reserves, and we can address that next year if that's Council's preference.
Thank you very much. All right, Director Maiton, shall we proceed?
Yeah, if there's any other items that councillors want to bring forward, but that was the items that takes care of the list that was deferred from the previous meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, and then Councillor Townsend.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Well, I would propose that we, excuse me, utilize some of the savings that we're achieving this year because of the director's initiative that he's brought forward, including the tipping fees and the operational efficiencies. We're going to realize some of those savings this year, and we'll realize more of them next year as we see the full year's implementation. So I would like to move that we repurpose those, that we go forward and hire a capital projects and environmental coordinator, but that we do that hiring mid-year or perhaps even September to utilize the savings that were achieved in the budget. So if I could check in with Director Mighton, if we were to do a hire in July or September, what would the impact be on this year's budget for the capital projects and environment coordinator? Thank you.
I believe we were expecting the any of those sort of 3 new positions to cost around, in total for the full year, about 75,000. So half year you're looking about 37.5. September, you know, if that was a third of the year, maybe about 25,000. Kind of depends when they would be onboarded, but the annual, what we were looking at for any of those was about 75,000 with the wages and benefits all in.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion that staff hire the capital projects and environment coordinator beginning in September. And I rationalize it as the efficiencies that were achieved today pay for that position, and the efficiencies that we see next year with a full year's worth of efficiencies will also pay for that position. And this position was recommended by the consultant and will support our asset management, our infrastructure needs, and our environmental needs. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbuck, could you wordsmith that and read the motion back, and I would look for a seconder.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council hereby directs that the savings realized from landfill operation efficiencies realized in 2021 from landfill operational efficiencies be utilized to fund a new capital projects and environmental coordinator position beginning in September. And I'll just leave it at that. Yes. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have an indication from Councillor Hamilton that she's fine with that wording. I will be looking for a recorded vote on this, and I will be speaking to it. So I will transfer the chair, and actually I'll probably transfer the chair right now to the deputy, but recognizing that Councillor Townsend has his hand up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Townsend, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to second that motion, please.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any comments for first-time speaker at this time?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your hand's still up there, by the way, Councillor Townsend. Thank you. And I will be looking for first-time speakers. Councillor Shea, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very proactive and efficient way of addressing some of the concerns that were identified in the consultant's report. It doesn't impact our budget this year. We did hear discussion about hiring in a previous motion, which failed, and a lot of the rationale for why it failed was that this is something we shouldn't be putting in this year's budget, but that we should be looking at in a future budget. So this motion does that very effectively. It kickstarts getting a new staff person in without impacting this year's budget, and it's just something that we would have to deal with in future years through efficiency savings that have already been identified on an ongoing basis. So I think this is a very imaginative, innovative solution to the part of the staffing crisis that we're facing. Thank you, and that's why I'm going to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shea. First time speakers, Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Councilor Hutchison, I have a real concern with, again, the whole optics of this. We said from the beginning that we really have to be careful about new hires and whatnot. So now we're hiring, as the public will see, we're hiring a communications person to replace a position. We're a new person to replace Stephanie's role that may have been. And then now we're looking at hiring a third person to help with the asset management, that type of thing. I agree that these positions are needed, but I really caution the optics of this whole solution of all this hiring and these new positions during a year of a pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. First time speakers, Mayor Robinson, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor Chair, for recognizing me to speak. I'm just going to lower my hand at this point. I do want to say that we have savings. We've achieved savings. We don't always have to spend those savings. This is a budget that we need to be very clear that we are in COVID. It would be fantastic if we were not in a global pandemic, and that there may be further opportunities to look at our budget overall, but we're not there. We know that there are citizens that do not have a job currently. We've heard through the other studies, and I point to the community safety and well-being plan presentation that we received. I've heard it at the county, and I've heard it at the local tier with all of you. Some people are just one paycheck away from poverty. And we have an opportunity here for the savings, and rather than spending it, that we utilize it very differently. I don't believe that this is the right time for a hire. I don't believe that this is the opportunity to address the solution right now. We've got staff that can manage what it is that we are doing. If we have the hire put in this year, it will be an impact on the budget next year. And I have heard that there are some things that we have delayed or not considered in a previous budget. That is a consideration of what we do through budget. Is it an appropriate or reasonable time to deal with a particular item or project in a budget? Some get through, some do not. It could be reconsidered or it can be considered in another budget. I don't believe this is the appropriate time for hiring. I've said that already. And here we are again dealing with a motion on hiring. So I am not in support of that. There may be a time where additional staff will work, but it certainly, in my opinion, isn't the appropriate time to do that. I appreciate that that I've asked for a recorded vote, and I think that's most important. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I believe that concludes first-time speakers, and we'll be going for second-time speakers. Councillor Townsend, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am a first-time speaker, so just for
Well, I apologize, Councillor Townsend. Go ahead.
That's okay. Again, I'm going to come back and say, yes, if we can find savings where we're avoiding taking on more work or things like that, I'm all for that. When we look at the fact that staff are able to get additional work done without increasing our costs, and that's really what's happening here. If we do the run rate from 2020 to 2021, we will end up with the same rate, and in some areas less, because we've taken the actions to do that. Some things we couldn't reduce. And so, should we have pushed harder on those? I don't know. But I really do believe that when you're able to repurpose existing dollars, reducing your budget from something that's already in place, it just isn't wise in my case. The logic just doesn't make sense to say that we will reduce our budget in areas and yet still expect the same level of service when we know the workload is growing. We repurposed people in 2020 to work on COVID. We got reimbursed for that. So how do we get reimbursed next year when we have to increase again? And as Councillor Shea mentioned, next year is going to be a real challenging year with the police building coming into play, and as well as the ongoing police services cost. Not trying to pick on them. They're just a very, very large component of our budget. And so even a small percentage will be fairly significant. And then we have the building. So if we are unable to accept this, then I think we just put another challenge in front of ourselves, and we will consciously have to sit down and say, that's fine, but I'd like to know what we reduce in the way of workload if in fact we are not going to maintain at least the same level of funding that we've had in 2020. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. And again, I apologize for not acknowledging you as your first time. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair Hutchison. And just thinking about the concern about the optics, and I think our council is very aware of the pandemic that we're in and the impact on the community. And again, we're balancing managing today's needs and being really responsible to our citizens and delivering a budget that's affordable while balancing our future needs. It's not fair to keep putting decisions off and putting that on our children and our grandchildren either. We're always balancing. And I think this is really balanced when we're talking about taking a savings and repurposing for this position. So it's not costing the taxpayer any money. And if you look at what the cost in terms of not saving money for the taxpayer, $25,000 is what we're talking about for this year. That's about $5 a household. So that's about, what is that? 40 cents a month of not saving that money for this year to enable this position. We have a lot of capital projects on the go. We have 3 bridges being repaired and replaced this year alone. We have a very engaged community who have a lot of questions about bridges and roads and infrastructure. This would provide support in that department as well. And then of course, we've determined that climate action and climate change is a priority of ours. We need to put the staff resources in to support these priorities. I think it's a really responsible and reasonable way forward. And again, I thank our director for coming to council with these efficiencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I am looking for second-time speakers. Councillor Shea, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Hutchinson's concern about optics. But I think that we need to also consider the optics internally within the corporation. When we supported the police budget, which had 3 new positions in it, we knew that that was going to create pressures on the rest of the municipality. And I recognize that, and we've done that, and there you go. But every discussion about the police budget, almost every councillor or member of council who spoke either in favor or against approving the police budget began their presentation with, let me be clear, I'm fully in support of our local police, and then went on to debate the pros and cons of moving forward. And I don't hear, as we discuss this at the beginning of every councillor's speaking, let me be clear, I'm completely in support of public works. And I'm completely in support of the work that our administrative staff does. So I'd like to make that declaration that I'm completely in support of public works. And I think it's really important for us to demonstrate to our public works department, our public works workers, that we are taking their concerns seriously. We've been talking about trying to get an additional person in the public works department for years. And we've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. This is a very, very modest proposal that is going to have almost zero impact on this year's budget. If we have to do it at some point, I believe this is the point to do it. So to the question of optics, I'm quite proud to say that I'm willing to support public works and move forward and make sure that they can get the job done that we're asking them to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shea. Second-time speakers, Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I too am in support of public works. I always have been. I think we do a great job in our public works, but there's never enough money to go around for sure. I like to remind people that, yeah, we have some savings. We can support this new position, but every year from this year on, if we hire this person, it's going to be $75,000 plus. It's not just a one-time hit. It's not just a one-time savings. Somehow along the line now becomes operations that we have a new staff member that we have to support every year. And that's fine. We need to go there for sure. I hope that maybe next year we aren't in the middle of a pandemic. And I hope that 5 years from now, we're not in the middle of a pandemic. I think this is not the year to be self-correcting everything that we've done in the past or we need to do in the future. We are in a pandemic. Things are tough. I think we need to take a leadership role and say, okay, we understand that where we need to go. We have some direction from our consultants. We'll get there eventually. We don't need to do it all this year. So I won't be in favor of this at this time. I do think maybe next year, maybe the next year, or maybe 5 years down the road, we need to go there. But this is not the year to add a third new member. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. I am looking for Councillor Hamilton, second time speaking. Go ahead, please.
Well, just point of clarification, we're not adding a third member. Council actually cut a member today. So just point of clarity, we're not adding a third staff complement. Council has effectively cut a staff person today. Thank you.
While you have the mic, you have second time speaking. Pardon me?
I don't believe anything we put in there.
Your audio is breaking up. Just go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. Point of clarification. We didn't cut anything. The money's still there from that original position. And so we're replacing 2 staff. That's fine. And this would be adding another one. So it looks like we're hiring 3 people is what it looks like. That's the optics, right?
I stand corrected.
Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, you're right. We didn't, the motion to cut failed. That's correct. Thank you for that clarification. So we did not cut today. Thanks for reminding me about that. But we also have not added any new staff. We're just, staff are replacing staff. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, both Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Hamilton. Second time speakers, is there any other comments before I go to Clerk Scharbeck to call the recorded vote? Seeing none, I am going to hand it over to Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend, is that Council hereby directs that the savings realized from landfill operational efficiencies be utilized to fund a new capital projects and environmental coordinator position beginning in September 2021. And Mayor Robinson requested a recorded vote. Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
In favor.
And that is a tie vote. The motion is defeated.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. At this time, I will hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson. And if I could, Mayor Robinson, I was wondering if it would be appropriate time to consider a break. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for transferring the chair back, and that's, I had in my note here, perhaps some members of council would be interested in a break, a 10-minute break, and certainly you've provided the segue. I am seeing from other members of council that would be okay. So can we come back at in 10 minutes? So that would be 10:40. And if you could please put your audio and your video on mute, that would be wonderful. See you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hi there and welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. It's 10:40 and I'm wondering, staff, if we could have the recess photo taken off. And I'd like to ensure that we have all members of council and staff present. Okay, I'm just looking at the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just looking for Councillor Shea on this. And Clerk Sharbeck, do we have all the staff that we require?
Through you, your worship. Yes, I believe everybody's here.
Thank you. And I do see that we have all members of council here as well. Okay. Okay, Deputy Mayor, you've got your hand up. I was going to go to Director Mike, but yes, please.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like to put a motion forward that we use the $5,000 of the savings that the Director Serwinski's found in that department, and we put that towards the styrofoam. We already know we got the film from last year already budgeted in the sitting in the tank there. So I'd like to take 5,000 of that savings, put it towards the styrofoam, and that would take us back down to where we started.
Clerk Sharbeck, on the motion, are you able to address that for language?
Is this the motion to reconsider the last motion that added $5,000 to the budget for that program?
Well, we've added 5, and what we've got that 20. I believe it was 20 was my numbers here. So I'd like to put a motion forward that we fund the styrofoam from that 20,000.
Clerk Sharbeck.
So I believe that's a motion to reconsider the previous motion that added the $5,000.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck.
Okay, on the motion to reconsider. If you, at the appropriate time, could read the motion for us, Clerk Sharbeck.
Ash, I'm wondering, through your worship, Deputy Mayor, if you are reconsidering the motion to add $5,000 to the budget to support the styrofoam recycling program, or if you're reconsidering the motion to use that $20,000 sorry, there's a big echo.
Thank you. Before we go any further, everyone, Deputy Mayor, thank you for turning your mic off because there is an echo. I wonder, could I please ask you, Clerk Sharbeck, to repose your question now? Thank you.
I'm just wondering which motion, Deputy Mayor, you'd like to reconsider. The one to maintain the $20,000 in the Public Works budget to be repurposed as at the discretion of the Public Works Director, or the motion to add $5,000 budget to support the styrofoam recycling program.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. It's almost references both, because the 20 that we've at his discretion should be, in my opinion, be appointed to that, and the other one for adding to the budget, I'd like to see that come off the budget line and again go back into that, be used through that 20. Thank you.
So through your worship, I think, Deputy Mayor, that I'm just looking back at that motion, that you are requesting reconsideration of the motion that the savings realized by the changes to landfill operations be maintained within the Public Works budget and be repurposed as deemed appropriate by the Director of Public Works. And then if your motion to reconsider passes, then we're back at the beginning of this motion. And if you wish to amend it by saying that $5,000 of these savings be used for the recycling program. That would be the order of it. Is that what you?
Thank you, Clerk Sarback, for pointing me in the right direction. That's where I intend to go with that. Thank you.
Okay. So,
Okay, yep.
moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson that council reconsider the motion to maintain savings realized by the changes to landfill operations in the public work budget, and that those funds be repurposed as deemed appropriate by the Public Works Director. So it's a motion to reconsider that one.
All right, we have a mover, which is the Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Questions on the reconsideration? Councillor Shea?
Just want to confirm that the
Yes.
Deputy Mayor did support the initial motion, because only somebody who supported the motion can move to reconsider. Is that correct?
Clerk Sherba?
That is correct. I am not sure, it wasn't a recorded vote. I would have to ask Deputy Mayor Hutchinson if he voted in favor of that motion.
Deputy Mayor?
I believe I did, and I stand corrected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Sherba, could you read the motion at hand?
Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that council reconsider the motion that savings realized by the changes to the landfill operations be maintained in the Public Works budget and be repurposed as deemed appropriate by the Public Works Director.
Any further questions before I call the vote? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, the motion, 3 opposed to the motion. So when it's a tie, the motion has lost. So the motion to reconsider has lost. Okay. So, Director Mighton, would you mind giving us a recap where we are? Because don't forget, at the top of this meeting, we did have a motion which was moved and seconded to deal with the 2021 budget. So there's still that additional motion that we need to deal when it is appropriate. But at this time, Director Mighton, could you give us a recap on everything, please?
Yes, through your worship. So we've implemented the operational efficiencies for the landfill hours for half the year starting July 1st. That is a savings of $20,000. We're going to maintain that to be funded within at the discretion of the Public Works Director. We've maintained that in the budget, so that put the $20,000 back in, and we added $5,000 for the styrofoam recycling. So that gets us to an increase of $554,856, or 5.41% for our local tax increase. The overall tax rate would be 3.53, and it would mean approximately $39.74 per 100,000 of residential assessment.
Thank you very much for that update. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A new query, if you mind.
Yes.
As it relates to budget, though.
I'm sorry, it relates to budget?
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead,
I'm not
please.
changing the subject. We're still on budget.
Please go ahead.
Director Mighton, if you could for me, I believe the budget includes the new conference and seminar
Yes.
direction. Is that correct?
Yes, we had added 10,500 for conferences and for counselors. Yeah.
Okay, so my second question is that basically is $1,500 a counselor?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so my third question is, what does that actually include? So what I'm asking is, does it include fees, travel, even the per diem rate for attending, et cetera? If you can just provide a list of what you've assumed is in there. I would appreciate it.
Yep, sure, through you, Madam Mayor. So that has yet to be determined by council. What the direction that was given was to, the original budget had shown a decrease in expenses for conferences in light of the online versions that would be for going forward this year, and then projecting that if it returned in 2022, we would have that back in the budget. That was the original draft. So then the direction was to put that in, what would that look like? That's the 10.5. So looking for direction as to, there's been a lot of discussion on the conference policy and changes, but no decisions have been made specifically on it. So looking for whether that includes per diems or not, whether it's a maximum, is it a flat rate, getting rid of the 2 conferences, 2 seminars, that all has to be formalized yet. But that was the dollar value that is, just brings the budget back up to last year's conference expense amounts.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The reason I asked, just so that the rest of council understands and staff where I'm coming from, is to me, it doesn't matter where the cost is incurred. I would prefer to have everything covered within that 1,500. It's a lot simpler to do that and a lot less management of the actual numbers. It's just everything you claim goes against that and away you go. But I just wanted to be clear. So if we need to do that, then I'd be willing to put a motion forward that actually says that 1,500 per counselor for conferences and seminars that's in the budget would cover any and all expenses related to the attendance to seminars and conferences, not necessarily, a sidebar is not necessarily so much for conferences, so much for seminars. So when I say that, I mean for all conferences, all attendance to conferences and seminars, and that anything in excess of that would be funded by the counselor. Or the member of council, sorry, to be more respectful.
Thank you. And Councillor, I recognize that you're moving that motion, and I'm just waiting on Clerk Sharbeck, so we would have the wording.
Okay.
And I'll go back to you to ensure that you like the language, and I'll look for a seconder. And I do recognize that Councillor Hutchinson has his hand up as well. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Townsend, I'll just confirm your intention here. You move that the $1,500 per council member included in the budget for conference and seminars cover any and all expenses related to conference and seminars.
Correct. And I should also say that for any travel, it should be travel within Ontario, unless a council member has been appointed by council to an organization that requires travel, and they know that at the time of appointment.
We're just waiting for that additional language into the motion. Thank you.
So, Councillor Townsend, that the $1,500, that $1,500 per member of council included in the budget for conferences and seminars include any and all expenses related to conference and seminars, and that travel be limited to travel within Ontario, with the exception of any travel required, or with the exception of council appointment of a member that may require travel outside of necessary out of province travel. That sounded jumbled, but is that the intent? Sorry.
That is the intent. And I should also add that it also includes any expenses from January 1st, 2021.
And shall include 2021 expenses to date?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Counselor, thank you for that. And Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read it? There was some additional things added, so I'd like for clarity for one and all. Thank you.
Let's see. 10, 56. So moved by Councillor Townsend that the $1,500 per member of council included in the budget for conferences and seminars include any and all expenses related to conferences and seminars, and that it shall include 2021 expenses to date, and that travel be limited to travel within Ontario, with the exception of a council appointment, with the exception of a member appointed by council to take part in any necessary out-of-province travel.
Right.
Thank you.
That was my intention, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson, you have your hand up. Are you seconding this motion?
I can second that motion, and then I would like to ask a question of clarification.
Go ahead, please.
So just a point with that. So my understanding, and maybe our Director of Finance can clarify this, with the council pay, that was figured out at average, and that included per diems for conferences, did it not, Director? When we figured out the council pay?
Director, yes, Director Mighton, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, the seminars and conferences were excluded when the consultant determined the averages and for the flat rate regular council pay.
Okay, so my thoughts were we're trying to simplify things here, and based on the salary there, I was thinking that there wouldn't be a per diem for conferences, because if there are, then that's going to eat up that 1,500 pretty fast if you figure registration, per diem, travel, or maybe not travel, but my thinking is that there wouldn't be a per diem for conferences, or am I wrong on that?
That was one of the items that I was going to ask for clarification from the Councillor Townsend. You had said including all expenses. Was the intention that per diems would be included in that amount as well? An expense versus sort of the per diem, which kind of gets into the wage area. Just seeking that clarification if that was separate from and still part of the going forward or not.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I did say all, and I did mean that. I put it out as a starting point. Obviously, discussion would occur, and that will get settled, I'm assuming, through the discussion. But I thought we needed to start somewhere. So let's start at the most aggressive and see how the rest of the members feel.
So could you restate that, Councillor Townsend?
Sorry, Madam Mayor?
Well, you're suggesting the most aggressive approach. So could you please restate what that is?
Oh, yeah, sorry. The most aggressive approach was to include per diems in the 1,500, which means there's still education. But it gets down to the fact that there's only so much money to go around. We're trying to be very efficient in where we spend it. Obviously, we've seen some of that today. So my proposal intent is to say we lump all expenses related to education into one number. And that includes per diem rates and any and all other expenses, including travel, hotel, whatever. And council members can decide how they want to spend that. So if they want to go to one conference and travel there when we're allowed, sorry, because remember, this is a policy for going forward, as well as dealing with this year. But if you choose to do the in-person rather than online, then you'll incur the travel and the hotel, et cetera. You can claim per diem, that's fine. But that may limit how much you spend and how much of your own time are you willing to donate or spend to do education versus have it all paid for by council. And I think there should be some level of recognition that we gain from that as well. And so we should be prepared to spend some of our own time to do that. And I know a lot of us do already in seminars, webinars, whatever they are, right? So just passing that along.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, I think you're going to find if you included per diems and if you went to say AMO, you're pretty well going to eat up your $1,500 in that one conference by the time you pay your accommodations, travel. Maybe travel's not in there, I don't know, but travel, your per diem, your registration, your accommodations. That's going to, you're going to be pulling your budget on one conference, I think. So I guess that's okay if that's the way people want to go.
Thank you. Director Mighton, I wonder if you could just address what current status quo is so that we've got clarity. It's not only for the members of council that are discussing this matter, but I think just clarity for those listening in and certainly anybody that refers back to this recording. Could you please address that?
Yes, the current conference policy allows for 2 conferences and 2 seminars. The municipality does pay the registration fees, all the expenses, and then there is a per diem for each day the member is away attending the conference or seminar. The seminar is 1 day. There's 2 seminars, 2 conferences, with the exception of the mayor, which currently has 3 conferences permitted for the mayor.
Thank you. And within that, is there a budgeted amount that we've been dealing with throughout the years?
So I'm just going to pull up here. The per diems average about 6 full days per council member. Some have attended more, some have attended less, depending on the length of the conference, the number of days, but it averages about 42 days or per diems worth of time on average for all of council. And then the conference and registrations, like I said, when we'd have motels or mileage in a normal year, that added another $10,000 in there for just the registrations. I think it was around 5,000 that we budgeted, but I will double check that.
Okay, so has it been about 10,000 per year on average?
I think it's been closer to probably the 18 to 20,000 if you factor in per diems plus the conference registration and mileage.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, so like I don't like the $1,500 for a conference is fine, but if you started figuring in per diems and whatnot, I don't know how we can do that based that we're going to go to a salary, then you're topping that up by having per diem. So that really wasn't the whole idea of going to a salary. That was a flat rate. That's what you get paid for the year. And then you take on, so Councillor Towns is talking about $1,500 for conference, that's fine, but there's no extra salary. So I'm not sure what we're adding something to the budget here if we're doing that.
Director Mighton, I wonder if you could respond to that inquiry.
So the current draft of the budget includes that approximate 42 days of time for conferences over and above the flat rate honorariums that you've been proposing. So there is about 42 full day per diems included in the budget currently.
Oh, there is. Oh,
yeah.
All right. I didn't see that.
No, that's good. We just wanted that clarification on it, and it's good to ask questions. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, not this time.
Fair enough. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I guess I'm just mindful of not getting too deep into the weeds with this one, that I know like we'll have a bylaw that comes forward with wrapping up all these details, and we're just trying to find a good estimate for what we'll spend. And I think this is very reasonable, given that I imagine all our conferences will be online this year. So even if this is a placeholder for this year, it makes a lot of sense. And then just in follow up to Councillor Hutchinson's question, I'm just looking at the original consultant's report, because I had the same question. Was her recommendation for a flat rate inclusive of our per diems for conferences? And she makes really clear in her report, and also in comparing us to other municipalities, that it is best practice, or what most municipalities do is have that salaried approach to their annual salary kind of approach to council, in addition to a per diem for attendance for workshops and conferences. And that's on page 12 of her report. So I appreciate that clarification. And this is in the spirit of the guidance that we received from the consultant. So I'm supportive of just having a number that makes sense for this year. And we can always revisit that number again, and that will hash out the details in the bylaw that will come forward about the conferences. So just to touch base with Director Mighton, then in the draft budget changes document you have, if you've got question marks beside, I guess, an increase of 10,500, could you, what was recommended by staff for this year for council, given all the Zoom conferences? And if you could just remind us of what that number was. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was about 10.5 less than because we weren't going to have the hotel accommodations and the mileage. So we had pulled that out of the budget when we started at the beginning of this year. So that just puts that back in to the same level that 2020 would have seen if 2020 had been a normal year. But when we budgeted for 2020, it was anticipated that everything was going online. So.
Thank you. So I think this year's another year of very little travel and hotels. So I think the budget should reflect what this year will cost. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I do see Councillor Hutchinson, you still have your hand up. Did I miss a question from you? No? Okay. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So to clarify, Director Mighton, you were saying that 42 days of attendance are included in the budget already under a separate line?
In the council wages line.
Oh, in the council wages line. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I did not realize that. I thought that was all in the 10,500. So I guess we would exclude per diems in, right? In the same way. Right, from that, because you don't want it in there. Like, you don't want it to be there and yet say you're not going to cover it. That doesn't make sense. So we have a choice here. We can either reduce the budget by the 42 per diem, or we can exclude per diem from the education.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor.
Yep.
And at this point, I'd like to refocus, and in the event that there are any further questions.
Right.
Clerk Sherbert, could you read the motion at hand?
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. And Councillor Townsend, I will confirm that this is correct. And you're considering adding or amending this by making note of per diems in it. But at this point, I have that the $1,500 per member of council included in the budget for conferences and seminars include any and all expenses related to conferences and seminars, and that the amount shall include 2021 expenses to date, and that travel be limited to travel within Ontario, with the exception of a member appointed by council to take part in any necessary out-of-province travel. So my question is, to the mover, is that clear, or does it need clarified with the per diem piece?
I believe through you, Madam Mayor, that it needs to be clarified for the per diem.
Agreed.
And like I said, I was not aware that the per diem was budgeted separately. And so therefore I would say any and all expenses excluding per diem.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And as the seconder, Councillor Hutchinson? Yep, thumbs up. Okay, so before I go any further, I just want to make a technical point. It may not be of impact, but it might. On the motion where it talks about council appointing a member of council to a particular organization, and I'm just suggesting it might be FCM, it might be AMO, it might be a rural caucus, or anything additional. Council often doesn't have a direct appointment to that, to make an appointment. Sometimes it's an election within the organization itself. So I wonder if it's clear just on appointment. I don't know how FCM works, whether it's a nomination, and then if you're successful in getting the election from your peers that are within the organization, that's not a direct appointment through council. So I'm just submitting to Clerk Sharbeck, does that distinction need to be made? Just looking for anything in the future. I'm not suggesting we've got members of council looking to go outside the province, but I just want the motion to be addressed properly. I know it's a small fine tuning item. Back to you.
To you, your worship. I think the intention was that regardless of the organization, whether it be FCM or AMO, if there was to be out of province travel, that would be a piece that would come back to council, and council would vote on, I guess appointing is an adequate word. It certainly works. Appointing that member to represent council at an FCM event in British Columbia or wherever.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so,
So
and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, any out of province travel would be determined by council, and they would appoint whatever member to whatever organization to represent us at the out of province travel event. That is, and I think that's what Councillor Townsend intended.
Yeah, and then that way, and I'll go to Councillor Townsend, but that way should this ever arise, the member of council would basically present a business case on why that would be appropriate, and then it would be up for council consideration. Okay, I just needed it clear, just overall for everybody, including myself. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm thinking that perhaps we can change the word appoint to be endorse or appoint, support or appoint, because you're right, in certain circumstances we are asked to endorse the person to run or to put their name forward, and that's not really an appointment, and I had not considered that. So with the seconder's approval, I would suggest we add whichever one, Clerk Sharbeck, you think would be the more effective, either to endorse or support.
Good. I appreciate that, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hutchinson, are you fine with that fine tuning? Yep, good for a thumbs up. Clerk Sharbuck smiling, so I think you're fine. Okay,
Yes.
over to Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. And I agree that FCM and AMO do seem to require that the host or home municipality support the costs of participating on their boards of directors or caucuses. And that if FCM specifically requires a formal endorsement before the member can run, I believe. And I do believe that the mayor says it appropriately that the member should make a business case to council to get support, and that should be outside of this current remuneration consideration that we're looking at today, and should be done on a case-by-case basis. I don't see any reason to limit out of province. If FCM is having a conference in Montreal and AMO is having a conference in Ottawa, and I choose to go to the one in Montreal, I don't really know. The cost is going to be about the same. I don't. And we're each being given a pool, a bucket, that we can draw from. And beyond that, we have to use our own expenses. So if I choose to go to a conference that's a little further away, once in a while, I don't see how that's in any way detrimental. So I would like to see the removal of the reference to out of province entirely. I think it got confused with the whole FCM thing. And I appreciate the overall gist of the motion that we are responsible for budgeting our own professional development. And I would like to see the word professional development be in the motion, so that it's not just conferences and seminars. There might be other sorts of educational activities that would fall under professional development. I know that other sorts of professional development expenses might be including buying textbooks or municipal journal subscriptions. So I think we should have that within our control. I like the idea of just allocating a flat $1,500 per year per member for professional development, and that we determine how we're going to spend that on an annual basis. So I don't know if the mover would consider striking the reference to out of province and including somehow the word professional development.
So I can tell you the reference to FCM was far after the motion was placed. And I wonder, Clerk Sharbuck, if you could just reread the motion at hand to get us focused on this particular item, please.
Through you, Your Worship. What we have at this point, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the $1,500 per member of council included in the budget for conferences and seminars include any and all expenses, excluding per diems, related to conferences and seminars, and that the amount shall include 2021 expenses to date, and that travel be limited to travel within Ontario, with the exception of a member endorsed or appointed by council to take part in any necessary out-of-province travel.
Councillor Townsend, do you like the wording on that?
Yes, I did, but I would entertain the remarks made by Councillor Shea in two respects. He makes a good point that if we set the limit, then where we spend it, where we go, I guess is our challenge to spend our money wisely. Special development, I'm looking for another word. We could say that it's personal development as it relates to work activities, including such things as, right, and they're examples only. But special development will mean different things to different people. So I would be trying to find a way to be a little more specific that allows that flexibility if someone finds another opportunity to improve their knowledge and move forward, and they want to claim that expense under the what we're now calling conference and seminars, or maybe the name of the policy should be development rather than conferences and seminars as a result.
Point of clarity?
Put that out to the clerk. Yeah.
Certainly, Councillor Shea, to your point of clarification,
Yes, I didn't say special development. I said professional development. Sorry.
Ah,
Thank you very much.
apologize for that. I would accept that wording. That's great. As long as it's work related, sorry.
Okay, Clerk Sharbuck.
So through your worship, Councillor Townsend, with the addition conferences, seminars, and council-related educational activities or opportunities? Perhaps opportunities includes something different than activities. I don't know.
What if we
But it
accept,
would be related to the role on council. It's not actually professional development so much as elected official. I'm just wondering if conferences, seminars, any and all expenses excluding per diems related to conferences, seminars, and council-related educational opportunities? Is that the intent, I guess, is what I'm asking of both you and Councillor Shea?
Councillor Townsend,
yes, that would be satisfactory to me.
Okay,
Councillor Hutchinson.
okay.
Is there anything further, members? Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'm looking at this a little bit different. I don't know if I can support this because I'm just looking at the council. You know, Clerk Sharbuck brought a new schedule out, or we've got approximately 12 less meetings a year with the new schedule. Director Mighton has identified it's about 6 days. So I don't know where per diem should even come into this. I think it should be we're going there to gain our knowledge, hopefully bring something wholesome back, excuse me, that we can share with the community and you know, help the corporation. But I think per diems, I believe it's already covered. Again, I'm referencing the fact that we are less meetings in council, and I think that the flat rate that's there, the per diem should be covered right in the complement. The other thing that I'm looking at is, you know, hypothetically, if you had 7 conferences and they were, say online, they're $100 conferences, so that falls under the 1,500 easily. But if you have a full day of per diem, how are we going to control that budget? So I don't see how we're going to arrive at a number there. So I would support it, but I think the per diem should be captured in our complement. Thank you.
Director Mighton, what is the financial impact of this motion? And is there any additional funding that has been allocated through the budget already? So what is the total numbers, but the impact financially of what this motion realizes if it goes through? And is there, you've also identified that there was 4,200, I think, also in the council line item, but looking for clarity on both before I go to before I go to Councillor Hutchinson.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. So this motion wouldn't change your budget as at the level we're at right now. We have the sort of $1,500 per council member in this draft. And we also have approximately 42 days of per diems included in the councillor wages as well. So that 42 works out to about 6 on average, 6 days per diem, if you will, is what's included in the budget as it stands. So the motion wouldn't change the current draft.
All right, thank you. I want to go to Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll just put my hand down. I just wanted to note that Councillor Townsend's motion includes a lot of information, but it's not actually the bylaw. It's the basis that I'll use to create a new conference and seminar bylaw, but some further details that could be added to a bylaw that would have no impact on the budget as it sits right now is an explanation of how the $1,500 can be spent. And it can include some examples, as well as plus 6 days worth, or I would put a dollar figure in case it's half day per diems or full day per diems might add up to different things. So with a maximum per diem amount of, whatever Director Mighton says that that number is, that's already included in the budget for, as it's divided amongst 7 council members. So there's opportunity to clarify further and provide further examples in that bylaw. And again, that's something that would come in draft council, and some of the wording can be fine tuned at that time, as long as what we have today is the amount for the budget. So $1,500 for conferences, seminars, and whatever else. And the 42 days worth of per diems are already in the budget. If there's no desire to change those amounts, then the exact wording I'll flush out in the bylaw to expand on Councillor Townsend's resolution. I don't know if that helps clarify things at this point.
Absolutely, it does. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so yeah, I think I'd like to see us vote on the amount of the motion that Councillor Townsend brought forward. But I have a suggestion that I'd like to bring forward about the per diems. But I think we need to get this motion cleared up first, and then I would bring something forward after that. So I see this as being straightforward, $1,500 for the year, and the per diem can be, we can discuss that for later. And the bylaw, as you said, is something we'll have to iron out. But let's get this motion passed if we can, or voted on.
Well, thank you for that. Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Your worship, there was a discussion about the within Ontario or out of Ontario travel. At this point, it's still in there. I would just ask the mover and seconder, did you intend for me to remove the reference to travel?
Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I did.
Okay, and then
Okay,
Councillor Hutchinson, you were the seconder on that?
Fine.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, if you could read the motion, because it's had many evolutions, and then that would have clarity for all voting and those listening.
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the $1,500 per member of council included in the budget for conferences and seminars include any and all expenses, excluding per diems, related to conferences, seminars, and council-related educational opportunities, and that the amount shall include 2021 expenses to date.
Councillor Hutchinson, I see your hand up before I call the question.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
I don't see anybody else's hand up. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion has carried. All right, Director Mighton, where are we at, please?
So we continue to be at 554,856 or 5.41%. So yes, if there's any other items council wants to address, or if they're comfortable with that for their budget.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so I had a question for the director first, and then I would like to throw something out there. In the council line, there's transfer to reserve of $12,500. I'm curious, why are we transferring into reserve for council?
So that is for the election, which is next year. We would transfer 12,500 each year, so that then in the election year, when we're spending $40,000 or $50,000 next year, we're actually still see just that 12,500 instead of an additional amount. It depends on the type of election, but we've estimated that so that there's not a spike in an election year of a large expense, that it smooths it out. So we'll draw on that next year's to maintain that 12,500 in the for the election when occurring next year.
Can you tell me what's in the reserve right now, Director, for next year for election? I have it somewhere, but I can't find it.
So we have 57,500.
And you figure we need about 50,000, you said, for the election?
I defer to the clerk on that. I think there is additional. Last year was the first year that, or not last year, the last election was the first year that we attempted with the electronic voting method. But I know there's been some discussion about changing that. So I don't know what if she has an idea of the current budget estimate or not.
Yes, Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have the cost of the 2018 budget before me, or election right at hand. I believe I included those numbers in a report to council about voting methods. So at this point in time, going with an electronic election, that should cover the election. However, if council chooses to add in the paper ballots, which I was bringing back some information to council on the cost of that, it would be running a second election alongside the electronic election. So it's definitely significant costs added with that. The changes to the Election Act that have changed some of the deadlines means that we will all be scrambling for the same service providers. So I'd like to get that voting method determined as soon as possible, so we can get our RFP out for voting services. I don't know what they'll be. I don't know if they will change with any COVID effects. I know that the Election Act requires the service providers to get the work done for all the municipalities across Ontario in a much shorter time frame. And I don't know what impact that will have on the costs until we see the RFP responses. But the election gets paid for one way or another, regardless of what's on that budget line.
Okay. And I think there were, if I may, Madam Mayor, I think there were some upfront costs that we incorporated last time because it was a new system and whatnot, which I thought was a one-time thing. So I'm not sure if where that's going to be. But anyways, my suggestion was going to be that we remove the transfer to reserve for this year, 12,500, just because we're looking for dollars and trying to get this budget down. And if we also, my understanding when we went to the salary for council, that I was sort of thinking that that included all per diems, whether it's for meetings, conferences, whatever, because it was quite a bump from the original base salary was what, $8,000, I think, per councillor, somewhere along that line. Now we're at 20. So my suggestion is if we take the 42 per diem sessions out, which we're allowing for conferences, which comes out to $6,300, and we include that with the 12.5 that's going to reserve, we get another almost 20,000 that we could reduce our budget for this year. It sort of sets I think it sets a leadership thing in that we are taking a little bit of a cut this year just to show good faith, being that we've adjusted our salaries and the whole bit. So I think it'd be one way of getting a little bit more off the budget, and would also show some leadership on our behalf. So that would be my suggestion. I would make a motion that we take the money that's going to reserve 12.5 for council for the election, and the $6,300, which is the 42 per diems, and put that towards reducing our budget this year.
Thank you. I will be looking for a recorded vote on that. Is there a seconder? The Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Okay, and what I normally do is go to the clerk for the language first. So I'm going to get the language from her, so we're all clear on what the motion is. And then I see, just so you know, Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hamilton. That is my just part of the speakers list at this point. And I used my airtime effectively and looking for Clerk Sharbeck when she is ready to read the motion at hand. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. And Councillor Hutchinson, please correct me if I have misunderstood, that the $12,500 transfer to election reserves and the $6,300 provided for council per diems be removed from the 2021 budget.
Good, thank you.
And Deputy Mayor is a seconder on the language? Okay, very good. All right, we have that. So that is Councillor Hutchinson first to speak. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm fine. That's my
Okay,
motion.
thank you.
So I'm ready to vote whenever.
Okay, very good. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm a little concerned about taking the approach of dropping a run rate that you know is going to come back either next year or the year after. And now you're going to have a predetermined increase because staff will have to stuff that or load that reserve for the next election. And so when we're looking next year about how we could have saved money, we're going to say, but this has to go up because we took it out last year. And that's what I meant when we first started talking budget. We need not just look at this year, but we need to look at the impact of next year. So we've done a few things like that already. That's going to come back and haunt us for next year. The other item that I have is that we don't know quite what the cost of this election is going to be because it's COVID. We don't know where we'll be. We don't know what the requirements will be. So we may need that dollar. We don't know that yet. So I would rather wait and see what happens at this election. Don't take away the funds that staff may need to run the proper election and the one that would be most effective. And then in 2022's development of that budget, at that point, we will know that. So we'll know what happens if we only have one system. We know what that system would cost if it was only electronic, only in person, like ballot. And then we'll also know what the cost would be in COVID, so we can better budget and determine the run rate going forward. But I want to be really careful that we're not just doing it to, show that we're trying to reduce costs. I think the length of time we spend on budgets should demonstrate that. And if some people don't get that, I don't know how you do any better than that. But I certainly don't want to cut our own throat for 2022 already. And I feel if we're taking something that will come back as a run rate next year, that's exactly what we're doing. And we've done that for the last 2 years, and we're paying that price this year yet again. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So similar to Councillor Townsend, there's two pieces to the motion. So the first piece is to not make the transfer to reserves for the election. And as our director, Martin has mentioned, that transfer is to smooth out the election costs. So instead of incurring one big election cost every 4 years, we're smoothing it out. And if we take that out now, we all know we have to put it back in. And that's a big bump again. So we need to keep it in there. And to Councillor Townsend's point, it's still a bit of we don't know the final projected costs of the upcoming election. So it doesn't make sense to me to change that transfer. And it's a very tiny effect that would, it's that extra $2 back per household. It's not a big impact. So I'd like to keep that transfer in. And regarding the per diems, again, I'll just, going back to the consultant's report, we actually did give ourselves a cut compared to what the consultant suggested. So the consultant suggested at the 55th target for percentiles. And as council, we went with 50 percentile. So that piece about being very modest but also trying to not have a big catch up in the years to come. We did that already with our percentile approach. We're going in with less than what was recommended for compensation for council. And also just to reiterate, the consultant did say that it is consistent with other municipalities that councillors have a flat rate of pay plus per diems for conferences and workshops. That's how most municipalities do it. So again, it's just that per diem piece is keeping it from an equity perspective for all members of council to be able to participate in continuing education. I think that piece is important. So I would ask actually for a motion to split the motion, just because they are two very different, they're not really related to each other. So I would like to take Councillor Hutchinson's motion and divide it into two two different questions or two different motions, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to split the two, split it into two. I would just ask the clerk to read the language on that. And if there is a seconder, and we would address that first before the main motion. So just wait for I'd like everybody to have the language on the motion first.
Through you, worship, the motion is that the main motion be separated into two questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding that motion.
Are there any questions on this motion at hand? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 members of council voted in favor of splitting the motion. 1 member of council voted in opposition. The motion is. So with that, Clerk Scharbeck, could you call out the first motion that we will be dealing with, which is moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Thank you.
Through your worship, the first question is that the $12,500 transfer to election reserves be removed from the 2021 budget.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. That 3 members of council voted in favor, 3 members of council voted in opposition. The motion has lost.
Through you, your worship, the second
Yes.
question. I still have Councillor Hutchinson and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson as mover and seconder.
Yes.
That the $6,300 provided for council per diems be removed from the 2021 budget.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 3 members of council voted in favor. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3 members of council voted against. So the motion has lost. All right. All right, we are moving on. And Director Mighton, summary, and we may be on the home stretch, possibly.
Yep, so we are still in the same position. From where we started, we've have the styrofoam recycling, $5,000 increase. The landfill operational changes are an in and out. So we're still at 554, 856, or 5.41% for a local tax increase.
And the amount on the $100,000 assessment, would you mind?
Yep, so it's $39.74 per 100,000 of residential assessment.
Thank you. That's what I had in my notes, but again, it's just good for a recap overall. We've had a lot of discussion here. So is there anything further on this discussion? We have a motion at hand, but Councillor Hamilton, I see your hand.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. May I just check in with staff about, I just want to double check regarding parks and gardens and if they could clarify. So last year we didn't have students assisting with that program. This year we do. Do we have sufficient resources to, in this budget, to address some of the community concerns we've heard about keeping our parks and gardens looking amazing? If I could just check in with staff, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to first go to Director of Finance and Treasurer, and then over to our CAO. So first, the budget. Director Mike. Yes,
they're at these sort of pre-COVID 2020 levels, if you will. We have the summer students back in there. So it's not an enhancement over a normal year, but it is more than last year, like what it actually turned out to be. If that, but the CAO will probably have some more detail.
For sure. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Director, and through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councilor's inquiry. That's correct. We have adjusted our part-time staffing to mirror what we had pre-COVID. However, I recall many conversations with the community coming through council that just barely scratched the surface. We have reviewed the parks inventory, particularly for Durham. It's extensive, and the CBC committee has been quite vocal, as has economic development from a tourism perspective, that we really need to address this as a corporation. That's all that I can share at the moment. I don't know, Madam Mayor, if it would be helpful if the Director of Public Works responded, or perhaps our Recreation Supervisor, because each of them are taking the lead on summer recruitment and what that model is going to look like with COVID implications in place, which I'm sure we will still have this summer.
So let's go to Director Sherinsky and then to Supervisor Hewlett. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your worship. To further add to the conversation, indeed, we're going to be hiring students this year. Essentially, we have taken inventory of all the gardens so far. I know it's a sort of a particular to Durham at the moment, but we are trying to find ways within our budget to make the necessary adjustments with these parks and gardens so that we can get them to a state where if we can't quite get to some of them with respect to flowers and or whatever they're going to be in those gardens, then we prepare them so that if next year, if council with homecoming on the horizon, that those parks and or gardens are in a state that it'll make it easier for for putting flowers in and so forth. But with the students that we have hired so far and with the alignment of our staff, we're going to make every effort to absorb the costs in our current budget right now and do the best we can with what we have at the moment.
Thank you. Sorry, there was a little bit of delay getting my mute button, but thank you very much. Supervisor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Not much further to add. Director Shewinski summed it up quite succinctly. That's basically the plan moving forward with our gardens. We are in the throes right now of our typical summer hiring, so hopefully we can bring on our summer students in the near future.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, anything further?
No, thank you. That gives me comfort for this year. And I know with homecoming coming next year, there might be some additional pressures, but perhaps we'll see that in a future staff report. I'm sure we will about moving forward with our parks and our gardens. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Anything further in terms of anything else with regard to the budget right now? Are we at a point where we could call the vote? There are two other items, but as I understand from our clerk, those are items that will still be addressed with regard to the budget overall. Okay, with that, Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the Director of Finance about the overall tax impact chart. And I may have asked this before and gotten an answer before, but I remain fuzzy. On the 0% assessment in the current year, why would that affect the rate? I thought the tax rate was set on the overall value of all assessed properties and then just divided per property based on their individual assessments. If nobody's went up, then doesn't that mean that the tax just stays the same?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the big difference is the education portion. There's a bit of vacated room there. They don't have an increase. So when you look at it on an overall basis, it averages out to be a slight decrease in the overall rate without the reassessment in there with that being 0. But it's mostly that sort of vacated education room because they have not increased. They've remained the same there.
Okay, so the assessment hasn't really affected it. It's the school board. Okay, thank you. So given that, I would be prepared to move that we approve this budget to move forward.
Well, thank you for being very consistent, Councillor Shea, because at the top of the morning, you were the mover of that particular motion, and Councillor Hamilton was the seconder, just to remind everyone. So thank you for that, Councillor Shea. And I wonder if we're at that stage. I think we are. Clerk Sharbuck, to that first motion way back in the morning. And I guess before we go any further, Councillor Hamilton, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Just a quick detail. The motion speaks to notice be given of the intention to pass the budget bylaw. And so this would, the next step after today, the next step is to have a public meeting regarding the budget. So just want to double check that. And then my next question is, could that public meeting be scheduled in the evening? So perhaps it's a question for staff. Thank you.
Sure, very good questions. It is addressed in the report, but to further amplify it and also on the time frame, I'm going to first start with Director Mighton and then Clerk Sharbuck. Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, I may defer to the clerk as far as the timing goes on the upcoming meeting schedules, but the notice is we give notice at one meeting of our intention to pass it at the next meeting. How the timing of a public meeting in between there and whether it be an evening meeting, I'll defer to the clerk to sort of bring that schedule.
Thank you, Director Mighton. Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Through you, Your Worship, the next step is, of course, to give notice of intention to pass the budget and that was included on the May 20th agenda that was published. Just in case we got there today, I can't add it later, but we can always remove it at meeting time if we didn't get there. So that's why it is included on there. And the notice of our intention to pass the budget bylaw is just that. It's on May 4th, show up if you want to see the budget bylaw being passed. So prior to the adoption of that bylaw, there is no requirement for anything else. It's council's wish how we present that draft budget to the public. So we could consider a fulsome presentation and report at that May 4th morning meeting. So our Director Mighton would be the presenter in the morning portion, in the very beginning of the meeting. Does that make sense? Not a delegation, but offered enough time to do a proper presentation and run through. Our regular agenda does allow for comments. And what I was thinking of and have talked to staff about is if we know that presentation is going to be on the 4th, would it be something council would entertain is to have that as our public presentation of the draft budget, the bylaw to be passed later in the meeting. But between now and then, if I know that's the intention, we can do a lot of education and community outreach. And I would hope you would all assist by being champions of this budget process and get the word out that between now and then, send us all your questions about the municipal budget. And part of that presentation would be going through every question or comment received from members of the public. And I'm thinking that we don't have time to get another meeting in. So if we add a full meeting just for the budget presentation, we're going to pass the bylaw at the second meeting in May. But I'm thinking we could take an opportunity to have our own in-house presentation on May 4th, right at the top of the agenda. And between now and now, between today, the end of today's meeting, and May 4th, or the Friday before that meeting, there's lots of time to gather as many questions or comments as possible from the public. We get the draft out there as soon as possible, probably by tomorrow. Director Mighton and I could have some information on the website that we could start directing Twitter and Facebook traffic to have a look at the draft and send us your comments and questions. And those comments and questions will be addressed at the May 4th meeting. That's one suggestion. And if council would prefer a separate meeting or a different way of moving forward, just let us know.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, thank you. And thank you, Clerk, for that's a different approach than we've taken before. And that matrix of questions or the questions being answered by the presenter, that makes a lot of sense. And we'd still have the opportunity for comments or questions during the meeting, and people can reach out to their counselors. So it was the community engagement piece that I was really interested in. And I think you found a pathway forward for that. So I'm confident with your approach. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I must say, Clerk Sharbat, most well thought out. And I very much appreciate that. I do have a question. And that is, I know we're going back to the main motion, but I want, for my clarification and everybody else's, later on in the agenda is a notice of motion regarding the Kennedy Bridge. And there is a request in that notice of motion for $75,000 for pre-engineering and design for the 2021 budget. If we pass this motion before us now, is there still opportunity, as it was presented in the original agenda, that would be considered as part of the budget, and then it would be just at the conclusion of today's agenda, which would identify the full budget? I just want clarity and understanding overall through Clerk Sherbuck.
So I think we had at the beginning of the meeting a motion to amend the order of the agenda, so that I believe after this, the next item on the agenda would be the bridge study review.
Yes, that's correct. But I'm also saying that the note, before we call the vote on the motion that we have, I just want to ensure that with the motion, the notice of motion to deal with the Kennedy Bridge for consideration of funding in the 2021 budget is still before us, and depending on the positive turnout of that, would still be included in the budget. Just procedurally, I want to ensure the flow of the agenda, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I think I didn't understand you the first time. So if we move the agenda about, which that motion earlier in our meeting did, we'll finish this item we're on, which we're in the middle of a motion right now, I believe. So we do need to get this one done. And then we'll go to the bridge study, and then everything else will flow as it is on the agenda. So it'll be the bridge study, and then Public Works bridge replacement report, and then the notice of the Kennedy Bridge, and the notice of motion about the Carnegie Library property, and then adjournment. But we do have a motion moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hamilton to review the 2021 budget and recommend that notice be given to pass the budget by law.
Thank you. Still, it still is in place. Thank you for that clarification. I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up to the motion.
Yeah, I'm sort of coming from the same direction you were, Mayor. And I'd like to defer that motion, passing of that motion, until we've talked about a couple other things on the agenda, because I think there might be some budgetary changes there. So can we not defer the vote until after, till the end of the agenda?
Thank you for the question. To Clerk Sharback, please.
Through you, Your Worship. This motion that's on the floor right now doesn't say this is the exact budget that's going to come in a bylaw.
Okay.
So if there's any changes made today after this motion, they'll certainly be incorporated into the bylaw that comes to council on May 4th. It just says we're going to tell people that May 4th, we plan to pass a budget bylaw. But it doesn't set in stone that only the changes up until this point are included. Any changes after this point may also be included in that bylaw at council's direction. Does that help? Sorry, I missed that.
Yes, it does. It definitely needed the clarity. And then Councillor Hutchinson, is that enough for you, or did you need anything further clarified?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Clerk Sharback, I wonder if you could please read the motion at hand.
Through you, your worship, the motion is that council review the draft 2021 budget and recommend that notice be given of the intention to pass the 2021 budget bylaw.
And that was moved by Councillor Shea, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Anything further, members of council? All those in favor then signify by a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. Thank you. I just have to write down carried. Now, members of council, this is a good time for me to say our normal 4-hour would be at 12:30, which is coming near. There may be a motion to go beyond 1 more hour, to go beyond the curfew to 1:30. So I wonder if that's a consideration. And I wonder if that is the case, that we just take a 10-minute break and that we come back in 10 minutes and then proceed on with our budget deliberation. So with that, Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up, I think. Thumbs up, 1, 2, okay. Councillor Townsend, you've got a question because your hand is raised.
I do, thank you. I'd like to recommend that we take our lunch break at this point because we've been going for a fair while, and you need sustenance to keep going. And it's just perfect because the rest of the agenda is primarily dealt with bridges and then the funds from the Carnegie Library. So it's two totally distinct. So rather than stop halfway through that to then grab something later, let's do that. That's my first comment. My second one is a question regarding, I'd like to finish this regardless of what it takes in time. And I realize our procedural bylaw restricts us to 5 hours total. I do have a concern with that if we are in fact stopping, and therefore we will not complete everything that's required to move the budget forward. So I'd like a comment from the clerk on how we approach that if we decided to go beyond it to get this done rather than go to yet another day.
Clerk Sharback, to the inquiry, please.
Well, if we went past the 12:30 curfew to 1:30, that's an hour and a half. And what's left to decide on is the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works report, which doesn't change the amount in the budget. It simply changes the name of the project in the budget, so that won't impact the dollar amount or the bottom line. There's the Kennedy Bridge decision, which could be a $75,000 increase to the budget or not. And the proceeds from the sale of the Carnegie Library, which also is about where those proceeds are held. It's not going to change the bottom line for the 2021 budget. It's going to be what's the reserve called that those funds go into is that decision. So there is only, and then the bridge study review, you've had those studies since 2018, so it's endorsing it as it stands or as part of the work. There isn't a whole lot left to do that will impact the budget today. And I'm wondering if we have a break and come back and deal with the 2 items that do impact the Public Works Bridge, changing the name in the budget, not the amount, and the Kennedy Bridge, adding the money or not motion, and then go from there. And I do have faith that council can get through those, certainly within our time frame.
And I would agree with that for certain. Yep. Okay, so could you just restate that we seem to be okay with the members of council? Would you mind just restating that, Clerk Sharback, for time frame then?
Restating.
Just that the timeframe that you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we can finish by 1:30. If we have to go past there, then I guess it's council's decision to take leave of the procedural bylaw. But at this point in time, we do still have, I think we still have the notice on the floor, right, to vote on? Or did we vote on that?
It did carry,
Okay,
but I'd like you to check your notes,
yes,
please.
yes, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have it, but you're the double check, obviously, the one that we rely on for that. So I believe we've already addressed the budget, and we're now at a junction to decide what we want to do for break. Correct? You have that motion carried already.
Yes,
Good. Councillor Shea, your hand is up.
Yes, I'd like to agree with Councillor Townsend that we break for lunch now. I do think that we have an obligation to our staff under the Employment Standards Act as well. And plus I'm feeling a little bit exhausted and in need of sustenance.
Okay, members of council, shall we come back at 12:30? Sound good? Everybody's happy?
12:36, please, your worship.
What's that, councillor?
12:36, please, your worship.
12:36. Does everybody want to come back at 12:36? Everybody's got a smile on for that fine tuning. That'll be it. Please take your mute and your video offline. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. It's 12:36. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor Shea, are you with us? And Clerk Sharback, do we have all the staff that we need?
Through your worship, yes, I believe we're ready to go.
Councillor Shea, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So we have all members of council here at 12:36. We're ready to start up our meeting again. And we are now on 4.5 Bridge Study Review. You'll remember early in the morning, we did pass a motion to go out of order. And then following, well, ahead of 4.2, we were addressing this particular item that we are on now. So with that, Clerk Sharback, could you please read the recommendation at hand? Oh, hang on. Before we put the recommendation before us, Councillor Townsend, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do have a motion prepared for the topic. If you want to hear the recommendation and then the motion, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that as chair. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you very much for that. And that was appropriate. Well, then, Clerk Sharback, there is a recommendation on our agenda, but we do have Councillor Townsend who's articulated a motion procedurally. Comment.
Through your worship, there's no motion has been read or moved or seconded. There's nothing on the floor at this point in time. So if Councillor Townsend would like to move a motion, then it's certainly an appropriate time.
Thank you for the procedural comment. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are a few points, so I'll just ask people to sort of take note. And I did share it early this morning. I'm assuming that the clerk has it, but I figured it would make the meeting go smoother if I did that. So my motion is that West Grey Council hereby endorses the bridge studies as prepared by WSP Canada Inc. and that these bridge studies, along with the structure priority list 2020, be the basis for operational decisions by staff regarding any action to be taken on these structures, and further, that the structure priority list 2020 be updated as information becomes available on these structures, and that a current updated structure priority list be provided annually to council as part of the annual budget process, or quarterly if updates to that list have been made.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Councillor Townsend, does your motion include the annual bridge studies that take place?
It's meant to, yes, because it says that the structure priority list be updated as information becomes available on these structures. Perhaps it should say updated information, but there's OSUMs, there's bridge failures, there's surprises, the things, aren't deteriorating as fast as you may think, or traffic increases. So, they could be reevaluated. But to be quite frank, my feeling is that we're way too far down in the weeds. And I say that for a couple of reasons. The first one is I don't need to know a BCI value. I need to know what the risk is and whether it's time to do it. And that's why we pay the director much more than you pay us. He has the skill, he has the knowledge, he has the certifications, he has staff and consultants that can do that. So for us to need to be down in that weed doesn't make sense. When the director actually sent that structure priority list to us, I believe it was last summer, I think we finally got that, where all our bridges are rated in priority order. I was just ecstatic because it keeps me out of the weeds. And I'll go there if you let me, but I don't need to in this particular instance.
Right.
The other comment I will make is that the real thing is that we should be, from a fiduciary responsibility perspective, be following an asset management plan. We're not there yet. We know we're not there yet. And we're working on it. this is a great interim process in my mind that has already been started, where staff can actually do the work that they need to do, and it keeps us out of the operational side. And let's face it, we've all been reminded that we cannot go down into operations, number one. And number two is that if we're messing around with priorities without the technical expertise and guidance, then we can be seen as political, but we also can be increasing our risk. And it was really strange. While I was doing this, it came to mind, we spent a fair amount of time talking about the liability on allowing people to walk on an unmaintained road allowance as being severe enough that we wanted to close access to staff. I would argue changing the order of bridges, working through a process that does not follow the technical, logical progression of recommendation of staff would be a mistake. So this puts us in the right place as an interim basis. And when the asset management plan comes into place, we'll have the perfect process for doing that. And I thank you, Director, for putting that forward. I think it's amazing that we're actually getting to this point in our asset management that we can take further steps and be confident that what we're doing is what we need to be doing, what we're expected to be doing, reducing our liability and meeting our fiduciary responsibility, and ultimately managing our expenses to the same level. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Clerk Sherbet, could you read back the motion, and then I'll ask if there's any other questions or comments.
Through you, Your Worship, that West Grey Council hereby endorses the bridge studies as prepared by WSP Canada Inc., and that these bridge studies, along with the Structure Priority List 2020, be the basis for operational decisions by staff regarding any action to be taken on these structures, and further, that the Structure Priority List 2020 be updated as information becomes available on these structures, and that a current updated structure priority list be provided to Council as part of the annual budget process or quarterly if updates to the list have been made.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for your comments. They make a lot of sense. May I check in with Director Zawinski about the motion, and if he has any comment or concerns or any additional comments regarding the bridge study review altogether? Thank you.
Director Zawinski to the inquiry.
Certainly, and through your worship, I just wanted to comment on the motion, and I just need some clarification from council with respect to the motion. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this moment. Is that when council, or as the motion reads, that we're going to be endorsing the studies, in some of those studies there are recommendations for closure, and we also have motions in front of us today regarding structures where that council will be speaking to and voting on with respect to engineering work. So I'm looking for some clarification on that, because, and I just want council to be again to comment on some clarity in that respect, because if council endorses the studies and there are recommendations for closure, then and council decides to follow those studies and follow those recommendations, then that says one thing. However, if council wishes to not follow those recommendations, then I'm not certain that endorsing the studies holistically is the proper approach. So I just throw those words of caution out there. I'm wondering if the studies, I mean, council has received those studies as information and so forth and as guidance. However, I'm just anticipating some awkwardness as we move forward, as there appears to be intentions to keep structures open, yet fully endorsing the studies recommends that structures are closed. So I leave it at that.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Just to review the motion on the floor at this point, the Councillor Townsend is recommending that the bridge structure studies all be endorsed by council, but that, and I'll just clarify and check with Councillor Townsend, the intent of the motion is that they form part of the decision-making process, and the annual inspections that update your list, Director Shrinsky, are the other part of those decision factors. So there's good information in the studies that certainly has been paid for. And even though they are dated, there's basic information there that in conjunction with the new ongoing information allows you to make appropriate decisions. And then if that, out of the bridge studies and the OSAM annual inspections, a list of priorities for the whole municipality be brought forward to council at budget time. And I would ask Councillor Townsend to clarify that's the intention.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Clerk Sherbuck. You're spot on in your interpretation to begin with. Second, you notice there's another phrase that talks about any operational action that's required. And so therefore, if you're going to recommend, like, let's say you've had some other OSAM discussions and new traffic studies, et cetera, so you decide you will bring forward a closure or reorder and therefore do a different bridge than it appears, then I would assume you would come to council more for discussion to begin with. And then on closure, you may very well ask for a recommendation, because you may say, I don't have the money. If you have the money, then I don't need to do it, right? And that may be your highest level of bridge that you would recommend keeping if you could afford them all, right? Rather than just saying, we're just arbitrarily and blanketly saying everything in there is 100% true, because as the clerk said, it is outdated, and that was one of my concerns. So I figured by identifying the operational actions that follow from taking that, they form the basis. They don't form the absolute action you have to take.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I do have a question for the clerk, if I might. Clerk Scharbeck, we do have a notice of motion dealing with the Kennedy Bridge. This particular motion doesn't preempt that notice of motion. Is that correct or not correct?
I see this as its own motion, and the Kennedy Bridge, the notice of motion for that, as a separate piece altogether.
Thank you. And that was my interpretation, but of course I always defer to the clerk, and I also wanted that addressed. Councillor Townsend, is there anything further before I go to Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I just wanted to say, when I worded it, I wanted to make sure it didn't preclude discussions on bridges. That's not fair.
Thank you.
But I hope it minimizes, what we do, and when we have trust in what our staff and director recommends. The other thing is, it specifically didn't, in my mind, preclude Bridge 44 recommendation that's also on the agenda. So I just wanted to make sure people understand it wasn't targeted at anything in particular. I just figured we're going to go through a discussion. We can go through it 3 times. We can do it once about the studies and their value or how you'd use them, or we could go through it for 44 first, then we go through it for Kennedy Bridge, and then we go through it again for a discussion and an approval. So I thought, let's do the approval first. Now we've got the framework under which we're operating, and it's been dealt with once and not 3 times.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Hutchinson.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I have nothing further. Councillor Townsend has said it very well. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just not sure why we need to re-endorse this. Like these studies have been around for a few years now, and obviously they evolve and things change. So to me, this has been our basis of where we're making our decisions. So whether we endorse it or make a motion to accept it or whatever, that's fine. But as we know, I think our director has to have the flexibility to adjust things as time goes on, because as you know, the Bridge 44, we've already talking about that. There's alternate solutions out there. There's Bailey bridges or wooden bridges or bridges in a box. all kinds of different opportunities to do something other than the steel concrete bridges of the past. So I think we want him to have that flexibility to come up with the best design, and that's where revisiting things like the Kennedy Bridge, maybe there's an opportunity to look at, is there a cheaper way of doing it rather than basing it on the figure value that's in our report. The big factor obviously is the abutments and what we have to do with them, right? That's a big part of replacing bridges. So anyways, I just wanted to throw it out there that I'm fine with endorsing these studies, but I think we have to have the flexibility to change as time goes on. Who knows, maybe we'll have plastic bridges or hemp bridges someday. We don't know right now, so we have to have that flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just double checking. There was no question to staff on that at all, Councillor, before I move on. Okay, fair enough. All right, I'm just double checking. Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak? That's all I had on my listing. So I'm going to first time speakers first. Okay, seeing no first time speakers, then again, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I should have mentioned, sorry, I would like a recorded vote on this.
Certainly. Anything further, members of council? So over to you, Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through your worship, I'll go through the recorded vote list. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Thinking this is to endorse the study. The studies. Yes, I vote in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
And Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And the motion is carried.
Thank you, one and all. I guess the next motion before we go on to the items on the agenda, is there a consideration from members of council to go to 1:30? And if there is to go beyond curfew, which is 12:30 to 1:30, is there a motion to do that? Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up. Is that you as a mover of that motion or not?
I'll move that we go to 1:30, but I think we should stay to our time frame. Otherwise, that's why we have it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding that motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Clerk Sharbeck, I would just ask if you could reread the motion and then I see some hands.
Your worship, the motion is that council proceed past curfew to go to 1:30 p.m.
Thank you for that. I saw Councillor Hamilton's hand first, then Councillor Shea's.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. I think because we took a half-hour lunch, that takes us to 2 o'clock. I'll just double check that. Thank you.
Councillor Shea?
I had the same question.
Clerk Sharbeck, in our procedural bylaw, is it 1:30 to take us to, 12:30 to take us to 1:30 p.m. Within our procedural bylaw for those time frames? Or is it the 2 p.m. that two members of council are inquiring about?
Through you, your worship, the recesses are part of the meeting. But if it's council's wish to take leave of the procedural bylaw and go to 2 p.m., perhaps if that's necessary, we look at that at 1:30 or I would say before 1:30 and go from there.
Okay, so questions asked and answered, and thank you very much for the inquiry and the response. All those in favor of the motion at hand signify with a raised hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried, so we are at, everybody will watch the clock to 1:30. So now we are moving on to, all right, we did the bridge study. We're now on 4.2, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, Modular Panel Bridge Replacement, Bridge 44. Clerk Sharbeck, to the recommendation at hand.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council approves the 2021 capital budget to a maximum of 50% of the 2020 budget to be allocated to the installation of a modular panel bridge for Bridge 44 or North Line to a maximum of $450,000.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, I believe I saw your hand. Are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Director Sherwinski, any presentation?
Through your worship, yes, just briefly, I'd just like to summarize the report. Essentially, council may recall that there was an amount of money that was essentially earmarked for Structure 46, and that was to be completed this year. However, after some field investigation and so forth, I'm recommending that the attention be put to Bridge 44. The intention of getting 46 rehabilitated was to prevent residents from being landlocked between 44 and 46, all on the North Line Road. Council may recall that. And with this recommendation, it achieves the exact same thing. And it also allows for council to have a Bailey Bridge basically constructed and installed over top of the existing structure so that there is no demob or some decommissioning costs associated with the structure, the existing structure, and it allows a cost-efficient and timely solution to be implemented for Structure 44.
Well, thank you very much. So, Councillor Townsend, question or comment?
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, a question to Director Zawinski, and that is that, first of all, Bridge 44 is number 2 on your priority list from the summer of 2020, so that's good. But it does show an estimated cost of 1.3 million to replace, and you're requesting up to 450. So will the replacement of 450 be adequate, or will there be additional expenses required to do a full replacement?
Through your worship, essentially the 450,000 will be adequate.
Thank you, and well done for finding a solution that cuts the cost of that replacement by 2/3. And I think that's an amazing feat. Thank you. That was my only question, Madam Mayor.
Certainly, thank you as well. Anything further, members of council? Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Shea.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just wanted to share, I heard from a resident in the area who's very supportive of the bridge work, that people like to recreate in around that space and enjoy swimming. And so just some assurances that that the bridge work will, that the space will remain available for them to recreate. And it sounds like, by the way, our director has explained how the bridge is being repaired by keeping all the abutments in place, that environment will remain the same. So I have some assurances. So just double checking with the director for the benefit of the residents who live near that bridge, they'll be able to continue to recreate, correct?
Certainly. Director Sherwinski.
Through your worship, yes, essentially once the construction is done and essentially the project is complete, by all means, residents can go back to that location. However, should council proceed with this recommendation, then I would like to say that residents would be encouraged to stay away from the construction area until it is completed, and then by all means they could resume.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. So in your report, you noted that bridges 46 and 44 were identified as requiring rehabilitation or replacement. And then you've gone on to describe this as a replacement, but this is actually more like a rehabilitation, isn't it? This is a short-term solution just to extend the lifespan.
Through your worship, essentially what this does is this bridge, this Bailey Bridge, will be constructed directly over top of the existing structure and will in fact be a brand new structure. The one that's left underneath it will remain, and with the Bailey Bridge, it essentially provides a new structure that is not necessarily, it's not a rehabilitation. It's essentially a replacement, and it's a creative. I tried to find a creative way to do this to minimize costs, and the longevity of a Bailey Bridge is 25 years plus. Some are 30 years that are still in existence. It's I truly believe this is a viable solution, and if successful, or I'm anticipating this is going to be a successful solution, and I'm hoping to build from this moving forward.
I appreciate that you're thinking creatively here, and I applaud you for that. I'm just noting that at a 20 to 25 year lifespan, a full replacement of the bridge would buy us like something of a 100-year lifespan for a brand new bridge. So I'm just noting that this is not quite as long-term a solution as replacing bridges entirely, but I think this is the appropriate solution in this case. So thank you for that additional information.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? So Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion and I'll call the vote?
Your worship, the recommendation is that council approves the 2021 capital budget to a maximum of 50% of the 2020 budget to be allocated to the installation of a modular panel bridge for Bridge 44 on North Line to a maximum of $450,000.
Thank you. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 4.3, notice of motion Kennedy Bridge. I am transferring the chair to Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Okay, Mayor Robinson, I have assumed the chair and you can go ahead. Thank you.
I will read the motion, and I am respectfully asking for a recorded vote. So the motion at hand reads, whereas structure B-20, whereas structure B-020, known as the Kennedy Bridge, located on concession 2 between Grey Road 3 and Allen Park Road in the south central portion of the former township of Bentic in the municipality of West Grey, is an interim closure. Whereas prior to the interim closure, the Kennedy Bridge served a relatively high number of road users with respect to other structures in the municipality of West Grey. Whereas the Kennedy Bridge historically had a high level of service and served as an alternate, indirect, and well-traveled route between the Hanover area, the Durham area, and beyond. Whereas West Grey residents have appealed to council to permanently repair and reopen the Kennedy Bridge from the interim closure via telephone calls, emails, and posting signs of support. Now therefore be it resolved that the 2021 budget include the estimated cost of $75,000 for the pre-engineering and design for the replacement of the Kennedy Bridge. And further, that staff be directed to investigate funding options for the replacement of the Kennedy Bridge and proceed with the consideration of construction funds in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd be looking for a seconder, please. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second it. To get it on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. And comments and questions from the committee. Mayor Robinson, we're going to go through first-time speakers. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Kennedy Bridge is an important bridge in the community of Elmwood and Bentic and overall West Grey. Citizens want this bridge open. It's been articulated for the last few years, certainly during our term of council. This is a bridge that serves a purpose in West Grey for our economy, for the agricultural sector, for the tourism sector, daily life in West Grey. This bridge should have been repaired already. We have been hearing from citizens that they want the bridge open. There is purpose for this bridge. It is a direct route when the bridge is opened that it is a through fare from Durham, West Grey to Hanover and beyond. It's it is a route that was utilized with the high volume. And I think it's important to our community that we pay attention to this bridge. It is one that will promote the transportation and the movement of our community. You know, our community in Elmwood and Bentinck have already lost a resource center in Elmwood, which is unfortunate. And it would be unfortunate that this bridge not be replaced. It's one that I very much support, and I would be looking to my colleagues around the virtual horseshoe to support this notice of motion. It is dealing with $75 consideration in this year's budget for pre-engineering and design. And I look to my colleagues to support the motion at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Pardon me, 75,000. If I didn't say that right as I'm moving it along, pardon me. It's a long day, but I caught myself right away. 75,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So first time speakers, Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm not so sure about the 75,000 engineering cost. My question would be to the director. Is there an opportunity to revisit this bridge? There's been some engineering, I think, done on some work on it in terms of obviously when they look at it in terms of closing it. Is there an opportunity? Does this bridge fit into the category of one that maybe be able to repaired or replaced at a cheaper cost, given the Bailey Bridge or whatever? I even suggest that the LAS had a workshop which I visited, which is called Bridge in a Box, and they even suggested that things like abutments can be shored up or reinforced, so you don't have to take them out. So I'm thinking, is there opportunity to look at this bridge again in terms of being able to open it again, but maybe at a cheaper cost? And maybe we're not without the 75,000 engineering costs. I'm not sure on that part, but just wondered if the director had any comments or thoughts on that.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Director Serwinski, go ahead, please.
Certainly, through you, Your Worship. I would highly recommend that if council's desire is to keep the Kennedy Bridge open, as the motion indicates, that by all means that money is allocated for engineering. And the reason that I say that is because if alternate solutions are going to be considered for the Kennedy Bridge, such as items like that you referred to, Councillor, as a bridge in a box, potentially a Bailey Bridge, or any of these other sorts of alternative designs, then by all means, the soil work and so forth, sort of in and behind those existing abutments, are going to need to have some engineering work done. And so to ensure that any other structures that are going to be placed on them and or whatever solution is going to be put into effect, so that if the existing abutments can be remain, but further design and further engineering needs to be required to incorporate them, but build up the abutments on each side of them further, then I would recommend that an amount be put in for engineering. The essentially the 75,000 figure was the estimate that was given considering a conventional replacement with respect to the Kennedy Bridge. However, if there's opportunities where let's put it to you this way, if there are opportunities to implement a pre-engineered structure that is essentially pre-designed before construction and so forth, then perhaps that full amount will not be needed. But in any event, I would recommend that that the 75 stay in place so that there's sufficient amount of money there to conduct the proper pre-engineering for this bridge.
Thank you, Director Sawinski. Any follow-up there, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, for sure. I would just like to say it would be nice to come up with the 75,000 without adding on to our budget. So how do we do that? Where do we get that 75,000 is the question. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. First time speakers, Councillor Townsend, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, actually. The first one has to do with, again, the priority. Let's assume we follow along Councillor Hutchinson's comment about not increasing the budget. So what would we not do in 2021 that is currently scheduled?
We're directing that towards possibly Director of Finance. Director Mighton, are you there?
If you're looking on the capital program, it's in your package. You can indicate which project you no longer want to be the priority and want to switch that to.
Thank you, Director Mighton. Follow up, Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I guess I'm asking, you're saying we can make that decision, but I would like to hear from the director, recognizing when I look at the structure priority list, it's number 11th on the list. And it implies to me that we should be looking at the higher because the risk is higher. So if we're going to be bumping others down that come before it, and I could be wrong, all of them could be done or in progress. I don't know that. And that's why I'm asking what wouldn't be done if in fact we don't change the budget, but yet we're doing what's required to manage our liability. So I realize, Director Mighton, we could just reallocate the funds, but as I've said earlier, I don't think we're skilled enough, or do we have the knowledge to do that? I think that would have to be the director that makes that choice.
So are you looking for a response to that? It's kind of an open-ended, but we'll go back to Director Mighton if you'd like some clarity on that.
Are you referring to Director of Infrastructure to
Oh,
make
sorry.
that?
Yes,
Sorry, I think that you're pointing towards,
Well, I'm
towards me, but I think it's the infrastructure.
You're right, Director Mighton. It was a mathematical thing. I was going to you, but if your comment or your questions towards Director Sawinski, we'll go there. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, essentially, as Council was alluding to earlier with respect to the studies and so forth, this is a list that has been put together based on the most recent OSIM inspections, and a priority has been established. If Council wishes to, it's completely up to Council. If you wish to do another structure before number 1 is completed and so forth, I would submit that there is a certain risk to that because a priority basically has been established. However, if it is the intention to keep all bridges open, then currently that bridge is closed And if that's the priority, then it completely makes sense. But if council is still considering closures, then that essentially, well, takes us down a different path. So the priorities have been set with respect to replacements and rehabilitations. I know that in this case, with Bridge 20 or the Kennedy Bridge, it is on this list. It is slated for replacement and not rehabilitation. So all of these bridges are old, so it's difficult to say, well, if you repair 3 before 1 or 5 before before number 2 to that effect, I suppose there's an element of risk there. However, keeping in mind that essentially the top, within the top 10 or 11 bridges, that many of them are 90 to 100 years old. So that's about all I can say.
Thank you, Director Sawinski. Any follow-up, Councillor Townsend, before I go to the next speaker?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I observe in the last 12 months or so, we have had 3 bridges fail. And that's unexpected, obviously, otherwise we would have been doing them first. So I'm a little concerned about, I'm a lot concerned about doing bridges further down. I don't disagree that it could easily be a very highly traveled. People are working around it at this point. And so from my perspective, I also don't want to add another 75,000 to the budget. I would kind of challenge whether or not, recognizing that we did not allow an additional staff member in Public Works, which was specifically for asset management as well, if I remember correctly. This may be a hard ask, but again, if somehow we could fund that pre-engineering through a grant or something and get that first before we agreed to move forward. And then second of all, it really is a matter of fact of once we started the pre-engineering, does that set a must do after that, or the pre-engineering would have to be redone later? I guess, Director Zawinski, the question of timing. So if we completed a pre-engineering, within what period of time would we then have to do construction?
Director Sawinski, please.
Certainly, through your worship. Basically, with the pre-engineering and geotech work, essentially what that would do is it would definitely prepare council, and you'd have information with respect to what work is going to be required to prepare those abutments for whatever design moving forward. And any engineering work that you're going to do there will not be lost. It's the soil conditions on the road side, if you will, of the abutments are not going to change in the immediate future by any stretch, and what's in place is essentially what is there now. So by all means, if council chooses to proceed with some engineering with respect to Kennedy Bridge, what it would also do from a benefit perspective is it would essentially get you closer to essentially a shovel-ready opportunity, and that if council chose later on to choose to apply for funding, etc., and grants to put towards the bridge, then you'd be in a better place for it.
Okay, and I guess my last clarification, sorry, Mr. Chair, I guess my last clarification then is if we do the pre-engineering, then we are not committing to have to do the construction immediately. I'm not suggesting we would delay it, but if something was to happen where we had, say, a couple more bridges fail, we could put it off for 6 to 9 to 12 months and we wouldn't lose the pre-engineering value, correct? Dr.
Sawinski?
Through your worship, essentially, yes. Any engineering work that that is performed on bridges and our roads for that matter provided that the conditions of the structure remain exactly the same. Essentially, the engineering is not money that's lost. It's good solid data that you can make decisions based off of in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. And my comment is just that I'm not sure I want to add 75,000 after we've worked, spending the whole morning looking at reducing, not increasing, and with some pretty strong things that we dropped that I would rather see than moving a bridge up the list when we should be doing them in the order that's there. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. First time speakers, I do see Councillor Shea. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. The director has reinforced for us that a priority has already been established and that this bridge is not at the top of the priority. The strategy of spending money on pre-engineering, to me, is something that we would only do if we've already decided that this bridge is going to the top of the priority list. Otherwise, why would we be investing in something that is not something that we're planning to move forward with in the immediate future? It was mentioned that we've received lots of comments in support of reopening this bridge. I've personally received an equal number of comments in favor of not reopening the bridge. And I do think that we need to sort of take those comments with a grain of salt. We have the job of making difficult decisions, and sometimes the decisions we make are going to make people unhappy. And that's the difficult part of this job. So I don't think we should, say that whoever's got the best advertising campaign or whoever's got the biggest signs should win the day or win the argument. Finally, I agree that I don't really want to reopen the budget. I think we've finished the budget at this point, and I think this item is being brought up way too late in the process. If we were going to discuss adding this bridge to our capital list, I don't know why this wasn't identified 4, 5, 6 months ago. It was 4 or 5 months ago that we got the recommendations from staff saying that they wanted to see some staffing increases. It was months ago that we got the recommendation from the Director of Public Works and Director of Finance outlining the capital priorities for this year. So I think if we want to have this discussion, I think we should be having it in the context of next year's budget. So that's why I don't really think I can get behind this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. So I'm taking that as more of a statement. You have no questions there, just so I've got clarity on that. Okay, thank you very much. First time speakers. I'm still looking for first time speakers before I go to second time speakers. Seeing none, I will go to Mayor Robinson as a second time speaker. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to lower my hand now so it doesn't appear on the screen any further. The notice of motion is certainly appropriate before us now. It's a consideration for a budget that 75,000 for the pre-engineering and design. So just so we're abundantly clear, the notice of motion is most appropriately here. I take exception to the comment to take citizen support, and whether it is through a signage, through phone calls, through direct one-on-one comments. I'm just trying to remember what else I put in the notice of motion, which effectively serves as a business case. Citizens want this bridge, and I think their active participation and their engagement should not be taken as a grain of salt. In fact, that's what we encourage our citizens to do, is to comment and articulate to us what is important to them, and certainly during the time of budget. So a member of our community that is looking to have this bridge opened should not be taken as a grain of salt, should be supported and heard. And that's precisely what I'm doing with this motion. I do know that there are a number of citizens which want this bridge open. It concerns me that this bridge is not open now. This is the whole need to have this consideration now, where we would be dealing with the pre-engineering and the design during this budget. there would be to Councillor Townsend's comment or statement that we could actively look for funding that could support this bridge. And I think that is most important, to be actively looking for funding anyway. So I do look to council to support this. This certainly could come out of reserves for the 75,000, or it could actually, quite frankly, be taken through the proceeds from the sale of the Carnegie Library, which is the next notice of motion before us. So I look to our council to support this in a most positive way, and that is to support the notice of motion at hand. And also, I just want to be very clear that we are at 126 as well. So that ends my statement. I look for members of council to support in favor of this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I'm going to take that those were just comments. There was no questions directed, so I just want to be clear on that. I acknowledge that. Second time speakers, I will go to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, very quickly. I think we're at a precipice in terms of where we're going forward in terms of bridges and reconstruction. I think there's going to be lots of growth and lots of changes in this. I'd like to see maybe down the road there is some opportunity to do something with this bridge. It's number 9 on our priority list according to the 2019 priority list. So you know, maybe by the time we get towards there, that there'll be opportunity for grants, a new structure, style, whatever. But I really don't. I can't really see adding 75,000 to our budget unless somebody can tell me where we're going to get that money right now. So I think we keep it in mind. We apply for grants, whatever the opportunity may be, but eventually we may get there. So I'm not sure right now is the time, though, based on our budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. And I am looking for second time speakers. Councillor Hamilton, did you put your hand up earlier there that just before I went to Councillor Hutchinson?
I did. Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful of the time. I actually don't have new comments. I'll just say I support the comments I've heard from Councillor Townsend and Councillor Shea, but nothing new to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am looking for second time speakers, please. If anybody would like to put their hand up. If not, I am going to go to Clerk Scharbeck. We do have a request for a recorded vote, moved by Mayor Robinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. So if I do not see any second time speakers, I am going to hand this over to Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The motion on the floor regarding adding Kennedy Bridge, adding $75,000 to the budget for Kennedy Bridge is what we're voting on. And recorded vote, starting with Councillor Townsend. How do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, not in favor.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Not in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor?
Councillor Hutchinson?
Councillor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Shea?
No.
And that motion is defeated.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. I think at this time I am going to hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson. Councillor Townsend, Mayor Robinson will call you when she gets the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So unless there is a motion to go to 2 p.m. or we would have to adjourn. Councillor Townsend, recognizing your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to request a motion to extend for another 15 minutes to see if we can get through the Carnegie Hall motion. And I realize that that isn't in line with the procedure bylaw. So with the clerk's assistance, if you could compose something that would allow us to do that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. So we'll give a moment for the clerk to prepare that.
Through you, your worship. Councillor Townsend, I'll ask if this suits. That council take leave of the curfew provisions in the procedural bylaw for the purpose of addressing the remaining items on today's agenda.
Okay, Councillor Townsend? Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second that motion.
Any questions? All those in favor then of the motion? Five members have voted in favor. All those opposed? One is opposed. The motion does carry. So now we are dealing with item 4.4, notice of motion, proceeds from sale of Carnegie Library property. The mover of the motion is Councillor Hamilton. Would you like to read your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And thank you, Council, for the little bit of time. Whereas the Carnegie Library was built in 1912 in the town of Durham following receipt of a grant from the Carnegie Foundation for the construction of a free public library. Whereas the municipality designated the Carnegie Library as a heritage building. Whereas the municipality declared the property surplus to the needs of the municipality and listed the property for sale. Therefore be it resolved that the net proceeds from the sale of the Carnegie Library be directed to a new reserve, Municipal Capital Facility Reserve Library. And I would like to speak to the motion when it's the opportunity. Thank you.
Certainly. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Okay, with that, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So our Carnegie Library has served our community for over 100 years. And the library was built on land donated by a former mayor of the town of Durham, David Jackson Jr. And a grant was received from the Carnegie Foundation for the cost of the building of the library over 100 years ago. And as we know, the library recently moved down the street to a similarly sized and accessible location. But we also know at this newer location that there are some challenges with parking, and there's some challenges in providing space for group programming, even more so with COVID before us. And so council's also aware with the development of the two subdivisions in the north end of Durham, this will bring 50% more residents to the town of Durham and is expected to increase demand for library services quite a bit. And we also know through the development charges study that study projects library expansion and parking upgrades in just the next 3 years. And that's as part of the development charges study. So my motion today would be placing the net funds from the sale of the Carnegie Library into a library reserve fund. And this would develop a nest egg for library expansion, parking improvements, and I think would also be consistent with the spirit and the intent of Carnegie when the grant and the land were made to provide for a library. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to this? Councillor Hutchinson.
So my first question is to our Director of Finance. Previous from past selling of property, we usually put that into a reserve, capital reserve, I believe, for buildings. Is that correct, Director?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's correct. I put it into a municipal capital facilities reserve, and that's used at council's discretion when projects come up. We have used it on the library in the past. We've also used it for various arenas and public works, depending on the item that has come up.
Right. So we don't normally designate it for a particular building or for a particular area. It sort of sits there until we decide how we're going to use it, correct?
Yes, historically, we haven't isolated it for a specific purpose, just municipal capital facilities.
Right. So I would suggest if we're going to put this into reserve, and maybe somebody has other suggestions how we want to use it, but if we put it into reserve, we put it into reserve without a designation. And given that we know coming next year that we're going to have a $300,000 hit for our new police building, I think that would be the opportunity to use this funds to put it towards the police building because of where we're at. So that would be my suggestion. Put it into reserve with the intent that it be used for police, new police building next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that wishes to speak? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, and I've, without repeating a lot of what Councillor Hutchinson said, I support that there as well. I think that the revenue there certainly was going to help us with our big build that's going on next year. And you know, we're still sitting here with a 5.41 is the last number I'm looking at, and I still think that's a pretty high number to put out there. But I will support it with the colleagues. That's what they want. But you know, is there any room for any of this? A small portion of it kind of lower this year's levy to what we're going to be putting forward. So I support it all going into the general ledger and be used for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two comments, and actually a question and a comment. We'll start with a question to Director Mighton is, what's in the capital reserve as we speak?
We should have about 187,000.
And a follow up to that is, I'm assuming none of that is designated to a specific building in any way. Okay.
No, you're correct.
Great. So my second comment is, I wouldn't want to see it used for offsetting the run rate of another construction. I'd rather see it go towards the capital of it and therefore reducing the long-term debt. I recall paying off a home early from when the mortgage renewed only by a few years and saved many, many $1,000s in interest. And so that in itself may prove useful if we were going to do anything. But I do support putting some funds away for the library as well. It's probably not the most popular target, and you don't get many opportunities to do that. And we know that with the current growth, we're going to be stressed. We already know that from a go forward, we hope to have even more growth. And if we do, that's just going to put more stress and strain on the library. So, you know, I would like to see it go there, but if it doesn't, then I'd like some consideration for finding a way to reduce our run rate, not on operational costs, but on capital. And the way to do that is reduce the capital that you finance. So those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment before I call the question on this? Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Hutchinson's points around reserving this for application to the police building, I'll just point out that we made a large commitment to the police services operations increase this year. And I'm going to have to say that I think it resulted in tying our hands in terms of being able to increase areas of the other staffing areas within the municipality. Next year, we're going to be doing a lot of capital investment for the police again. And I would hate for that to, tie our hands in terms of being able to support other services like library. So I definitely do not see the police and the library as being in competition in any way. But I do think that if we're going, we have chosen to invest in the police, both operationally and through capital, decisions that I'm quite prepared to stand behind. But I do think that that shouldn't limit our ability to make commitments to other branches and services within the municipality as well. So I would be in favor of supporting protecting this capital fund for future library capital. Just for that reason, to sort of hive it off and make it a little bit special. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? Deputy Mayor, you're second time speaker. I'm not seeing any first time speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like a recorded vote on this, please.
Okay, thank you. So with that recorded vote, prior to that, I am going to transfer the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, at this point, so that I can speak, and then we will have the recorded vote. I am not, thank you for turning your audio off to just minimize the echo. Thank you for that. I will not be supporting this notice of motion. We have other builds ahead of this, and we certainly did support the library quite thoroughly during the budget process. We have within the current library utilized capital funding reserves, levy, DC charges, as well as some reserve from the library. I am in support of this going to the general approach applicable to our overall West Grey funding source, and then we can make a determination later, but certainly I am not in favor of this notice of motion at hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I believe when I took the chair, we were finished with the first time speakers, and I'm going to look for second time speakers, if anyone would like to address it, before I go to Clerk Scharbeck for the recorded vote. Okay, I do not see anyone's hands, so I'm going to hand it over to Clerk Scharbeck to call the recorded vote, please.
Through you, Chair. For the recorded vote regarding the Carnegie Library funds from the sale, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Councillor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Shay?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
That is a tie vote. The motion is defeated.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. Mayor Robinson, I am going to pass the chair back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're coming up to 1:43 and our time for adjournment is 1:45. Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion to adjourn?
No, I actually have a question for the Director of Finance.
Certainly.
Recognizing there's no direction given, does that mean that we'll revisit this at our next council meeting to decide where those funds go, or what's the next step?
You're referring to the proceeds from the sale of the library?
Yes.
So I will go into the Municipal Capital Facilities Reserve.
Thank you. I will move the motion to adjourn.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. We're on item 5. And with that, Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion to adjourn?
Through you, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 1:44 p.m. to meet again on April 20th at 1 p.m. or at the call of the chair.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Mayor Robinson's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion to adjourn. The motion is carried. Thank you very much for a most interesting budget deliberation.